Trust your instincts, they will keep you safe. That is what my grandmother told me before she died. I didn't listen. I was attacked by robbers on the mountain road and left for dead in the snow. A massive bear found me and chased them away. I thought I was saved until that bear shifted into the most dangerous alpha I had ever seen. Chapter 1. The Girl Who Worked Too Hard. The Riverside Diner smelled like burnt coffee and broken dreams at 11 p.m. on a Thursday. Eva Thompson wiped down the same section of counter for the third time, her shoulders aching from a 12-hour shift that had somehow stretched into 14. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow that made even the fresh pie look tired. Table 7 needs a refill. Dora Savage called from the kitchen window, her voice sharp with the kind of exhaustion that came from raising 3 kids alone while managing a dying restaurant. And Eva, "You're closing again tomorrow night." Eva's hand stilled on the counter. That would be 6 closing shifts in a row. 6 nights of walking the 2 meters home through the industrial district, but because the bus stopped running at 10:09. 6 nights of getting home past midnight, sleeping 4 hours, then dragging herself back for the morning shift. "Sure thing, Dora," Eva said quietly, because that's what she always said. Because jobs were scarce in Riverside and Dora knew it. And Eva needed every dollar to keep the electricity on in her studio apartment. She poured coffee for Table 7 Gary Olson, a regular who came in every Thursday to nurse a single cup of coffee and leave exactly $2, no matter how long he stayed. He barely looked at her as she filled his mug, his attention fixed on his phone screen. Eva had long ago stopped expecting thank yous. Invisible, remember? That was the safest way to be. The diner was nearly empty now. Just Gary, a young couple in the corner booth who were too absorbed in each other to notice anything else, and a group of 3 men who'd come in an hour ago and had been watching Eva ever since. She'd felt their eyes on her from the moment they walked in. The one in the leather jacket, Travis Cook, according to the credit card he'd slapped on the table, had a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His companions, Elmer Kerr and Lel Rutherford, looked like the kind of men who'd learned early that size and aggression could get them whatever they wanted. "Hey, sweetheart," Travis called out, snapping his fingers like she was a dog. "We need the check." Eva's jaw tightened, but she kept her expression neutral as she walked over. Rule number 1 of service work: never let them see they've gotten to you. She pulled the check from her apron pocket and placed it on the table. Careful not to get too close. Travis's hand shot out, grabbing her wrist before she could pull away. His grip was tight enough to hurt, but not quite tight enough to justify making a scene. That's how men like him operated. Always pushing boundaries, always testing to see what they could get away with. "That's a pretty necklace," he said, his thumb rubbing across her pulse point, his eyes locked on the silver compass hanging against her collarbone. "Looks old, valuable." "It's not," Eva said, trying to tug her hand back. "It's just sentimental." "Sentimental, huh?" Elmer leaned forward, his breath reeking of cigarettes. "Funny how sentimental things are always the most valuable. My ex-wife used to say that about her engagement ring before she tried to pawn it." Lowell laughed a wet, ugly sound that made Eva's skin crawl. "Let go," Eva said, her voice firmer now. The couple in the corner booth had left. Gary was still absorbed in his phone. Dora was in the back, probably doing inventory. Eva was alone with these men, and they knew it. Travis smiled wider. "Relax, sweetheart. We're just being friendly." He released her wrist suddenly, and Eva stumbled backward. "We'll pay cash." "But here's the thing. We're a little short. Maybe you could cover the difference. As a favor between friends." Eva's heart hammered against her ribs. This was at the moment where she had to choose between her safety and her pride. If she refused, they'd make her life hell. If she agreed, they'd know she was an easy mark, and they'd come back for more. "I can't do that," she said quietly. "The register gets counted at the end of every shift." Travis's smile disappeared. That's disappointing. Real disappointing. He stood slowly and Eva instinctively took a step back. He was at least 6 and taller than her, his frame broad and imposing. Elmer and Lel rose too, flanking him like wolves. You know what? Travis pulled a wad of crumpled bills from his pocket and threw them on the table. Keep the change, but do me a favor. Sweetheart, be more careful walking home. This neighborhood gets dangerous at night. Lots of bad people around. The threat was clear. Eva's hands shook as she gathered the bills, not bothering to count them. She just needed them to leave. Now they did eventually, but not before Travis leaned in close enough that she could smell his cologne, cheap and overwhelming, and whispered, "See you around, Eva." He knew her name. Of course he did. It was stitched on her uniform right above her heart. An hour later, Eva locked the diner's front door and stood on the sidewalk, staring down the dark stretch of road that led home. The street lights in this part of Riverside were more decorative than functional. Half of them had been broken for months, and the city had no budget to fix them. The industrial district was a patchwork of abandoned warehouses and auto shops that closed at 5. After midnight, it was a ghost town. Eva clutched her keys between her fingers, the way women were always taught to do, as if a brass key could stop a determined attacker. The compass around her neck felt heavier than usual, like it was trying to drag her back inside the diner where at least there were lights and locked doors. "Trust your instincts," she whispered to herself, her grandmother's voice echoing in her memory. Her instincts were screaming at her to call a cab she couldn't afford, to sleep in the diner storage room, to do literally anything except walk home alone. But rent was due in 3 days, and she was still $40 short. Every penny mattered. Eva started walking. The first mile was always the worst. The road curved through the warehouse district, where the buildings cast long shadows that seemed to move and breathe. Eva kept her pace brisk, her eyes straight ahead, her keys ready. She'd made this walk dozens of times. She knew where the potholes were, which corners had blind spots, where she could run if she needed to. She was halfway through the second mile when she heard the car. It came up behind her slowly, engine rumbling like a predator's purr. Eva's breath caught in her throat. She didn't turn around. Rule number 2 of being a woman alone at night: never acknowledge that you've noticed them following you. Sometimes they got bored and moved on. This time they didn't. The car pulled alongside her, a beat-up sedan with tinted windows and a dented bumper. The passenger window rolled down and Travis Cook's face appeared. That same cold smile stretching across his features. "Eva, what a coincidence. We were just heading this way. Need a ride?" "No, thank you," Eva said, still walking, her voice steady despite the terror clawing at her throat. "I'm almost home. Come on, don't be like that." Elmer called from the driver's seat. "It's late. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be walking alone." The car kept pace with her. Eva's apartment was still half a mile away, half a mile of empty road with nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Her phone was in her bag, but who would she call? The police would take 10 minutes to arrive if they came at all. Riverside cops didn't rush for a woman being harassed on a dark road. "Seriously, we're just trying to help," Travis said, his voice taking on an edge. "Don't be rude, Eva. We're being nice here." Eva stopped walking. The car stopped, too. This was the moment, the one where everything could go very wrong very quickly. She turned to face them, her fingers tightening around her keys. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm fine. Have a good night." She started walking again, faster now, her heart slamming against her ribs. Behind her, she heard car doors opening. "Hey." Travis's voice was sharp now, all pretense of friendliness gone. "We're talking to you." Eva broke into a run. She made it maybe 20 feet before someone grabbed her from behind, yanking her backward with enough force to knock the air from her lungs. She hit the ground hard, asphalt scraping her palms raw. Her keys scattered across the road. "Sless!" "Stupid bitch," Lel snarled, looming over her. "We were trying to be nice." Eva scrambled backward, but Elmer was already there, blocking her escape. Travis circled around, his earlier smile replaced with something much darker. "The necklace," he said simply, holding out his hand. "Give it to me, and well go." Eva's hand flew to her throat, covering the compass. "Please," she whispered. "It's all I have left of my grandmother. It's not worth anything." "I swear." Travis's boot caught her in the ribs before she could finish. Pain exploded through her chest, white-hot and all-consuming. She curled into herself, gasping, and felt hands ripping at her neck, yanking the chain until it broke. "Not worth anything." Travis held the compass up to the streetlight, examining it. "Silver, silver, sweetheart. And you made us work for it." Another kick, this time to her stomach, then another. Eva tried to protect her head, tried to curl tighter, but there were too many of them, and they were too strong, and she was so very, very small. At some point, she stopped feeling the individual blows. Everything merged into one continuous wave of agony. She tasted blood, smelled it, drowned in it. "Let's go," she heard someone say, distant and muffled. "She's done." Footsteps retreating, car door slamming, engine roaring to life, then silence. Eva lay on the cold asphalt, broken and bleeding, and stared up at the sky. The stars were out tonight, she realized dimly. Thousands of them, brilliant and cold and impossibly far away. She'd never noticed how many stars there were in Riverside. You couldn't see them from her apartment window. Too much light pollution from the factories. Funny, she thought as her vision started to blur. "I'm dying and all I can think about is stars." Her grandmother's voice echoed in her head one last time. "Trust your instincts, Eva. They'll keep you safe." "Sorry, Gran." Eva whispered to the stars. They weren't enough. Darkness crept in from the edges of her vision. Soft and welcoming. Eva stopped fighting it. She let herself sink into the nothing. Her last conscious thought, a simple one. At least it's over. But she was wrong about that too. Because somewhere in the forest beyond the road, something ancient and powerful had heard her scream. And it was coming. Chapter 2. The Beast in the Dark. The first thing Eva noticed was warmth. Not the clinical warmth of a hospital room or the artificial heat of a radiator, but something living and primal, like being wrapped in a blanket that breathed. The second thing she noticed was that she wasn't dead, which seemed impossible given that she distinctly remembered dying. Her eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, she thought she was hallucinating. The world around her was wrong, all wrong. Instead of lying on cold asphalt, staring at indifferent stars, she was surrounded by trees. Massive pines that stretched so high their tops disappeared into darkness. The ground beneath her was soft with moss and fallen needles, and the air smelled like rain and earth, and something wild she couldn't quite name. Eva tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through her ribs, sharp enough to steal her breath. Her entire body felt like one giant bruise, every movement sending fresh waves of agony through her nervous system. She managed to prop herself up on one elbow, biting back a whimper, and look down at herself. Her uniform was torn and blood-soaked, but the bleeding had stopped. Someone or something had moved her, dragged her off the road and into the forest, away from the place where she'd been left to die. "Hello?" Her voice came out as barely a whisper, raw and broken. "Is someone there?" The forest remained silent. No birds singing, no insects chirping, nothing but the whisper of wind through pine branches and the distant sound of running water. Eva's heart began to hammer against her battered ribs. Being alive was good. Being alive and alone in a forest, with no memory of how she got there, was significantly less good. She tried to stand and made it approximately 3 in before her legs gave out. Fresh pain exploded through her ankle, twisted or broken. She couldn't tell which. Eva collapsed back onto the moss with a strangled cry, tears streaming down her face. This was bad. This was really, really bad. "Help!" She tried again louder this time, despite how much it hurt to breathe deeply enough to shout, "Please, someone help me." And then she heard it, a sound that turned her blood to ice and sent every primitive instinct in her body screaming in terror, low and rumbling, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond the trees. Not a growl exactly, but something deeper, something that vibrated in her chest and made her bones ache with primal fear. Eva's breath caught in her throat. She knew that sound. Every human being knew that sound, even if they'd never heard it before, because it was written into their DNA, the universal language of predator and prey. A bear. The undergrowth rustled, and Eva's paralyzed mind finally kicked into gear. She couldn't run. She couldn't fight. All she could do was make herself as small as possible and pray that whatever was out there had already eaten recently. But the creature that emerged from the shadows wasn't looking for a meal. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall when it reared up on its hind legs, its fur so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its eyes were the color of amber, glowing faintly in the darkness, and they were fixed directly on Eva with an intelligence that was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Bears weren't supposed to look at you like that, like they were thinking, like they were deciding, like they knew exactly who you were. Eva's scream died in her throat as the bear dropped back to all fours and approached slowly, deliberately. Each step was silent despite its enormous size, paws the size of dinner plates, making no sound on the forest floor. It stopped 3 feet away from her, and Eva realized with absolute certainty that she was about to die again. Except this time, she was conscious enough to experience every second of it. The bear lowered its massive head, bringing its face level with hers. Eva could feel its breath hot and surprisingly clean. Nothing like the carrying stench she'd expected. Could see every detail of its face, the scars that crisscrossed its muzzle, the gray hairs around its eyes that suggested age, the way its nostrils flared as it scented her. "Please," Eva whispered, because what else could she say? "Please don't." The bear made a sound, something between a huff and a whine, and then did something that shattered every remaining piece of Eva's understanding of reality. It bowed, not a casual dip of its head, but a full deliberate bow, like a knight kneeling before royalty, its front legs folded, its massive head lowered, until its nose nearly touched the ground. And it stayed that way for a long moment before rising again. Then it turned and walked a few paces away, sitting down with its back to her, massive body positioned between Eva and the deeper darkness of the forest. Eva stared at the creature's back, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. Bears didn't bow. Bears didn't position themselves protectively. Bears definitely didn't look at injured humans with what could only be described as concern. Unless the thought was insane, impossible. The kind of thing that only happened in books and movies, and late-night stories told around campfires. But Eva had already died once tonight. Impossible had lost a lot of its meaning. "Are you?" She swallowed hard, wincing at the pain. "Are you the one who brought me here?" The bear's ears swiveled back toward her, the only acknowledgement that it had heard. But it didn't turn around, didn't move from its protective stance. Eva's mind raced through everything that had happened. The attack, the darkness, waking up here, impossibly far from the road with her wounds no longer bleeding. And now this creature acting like nothing she'd ever seen or heard of in nature. "Thank you," she whispered finally, because whatever else was happening, whatever impossible thing had saved her life, gratitude seemed appropriate. "I don't understand any of this, but thank you." The bear's shoulders rose and fell in what might have been a sigh, another impossibly human gesture. Eva felt fresh tears tracking down her face. But these weren't from pain or fear. They were from the overwhelming, devastating relief of being alive and somehow protected. She must have passed out again, because when she opened her eyes next, the forest was lighter, not quite dawn, but close. The pre-morn morning gray that turned everything soft and hazy, and the bear was gone. In its place, maybe 20 feet away, Near a small stream Eva hadn't noticed before stood a man. He was crouched by the water, bare-chested despite the early morning chill, washing his hands. Even from this distance, Eva could see he was powerfully built, broad shoulders tapering to a lean waist, arms corded with muscle that spoke of real physical labor rather than gym vanity. His hair was dark and shaggy, falling past his shoulders, and when he turned his head slightly, Eva caught a glimpse of his profile. Strong jaw, straight nose, and those same amber-colored eyes she'd seen glowing in the darkness. No, that was impossible. The bear was gone. This man had probably heard her crying out and come to help. That was the only logical explanation. Except Eva could see now that the man's jeans were torn and dirty, like he'd been crawling through the forest on all fours, and scattered around him, on the ground, were tufts of dark fur, the same color as the bear's coat. The man stood slowly and Eva saw the scars that covered his torso, dozens of them crisscrossing his chest and abdomen in a pattern that suggested a lifetime of violence. He turned toward her fully and their eyes met. Those amber eyes, intelligent and ancient and deeply fundamentally inhuman. "You're awake," he said, his voice rough like he didn't use it often. Not threatening, but not particularly warm either. Cautious. Assessing. "Good. I wasn't sure you'd make it through the night." Eva's mouth opened and closed several times before she managed to form words. "You're the bear." It wasn't a question. Somehow, impossibly, she knew. The man, the bear, whatever he was, studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded just once. "My name is Jared Eastman, and yes, I'm the one who carried you here after those men left you to die." "That's impossible," Eva said automatically, even as she stared at the evidence scattered around him. "People can't turn into bears." That doesn't happen, doesn't it?" Jared moved closer, each step deliberate and controlled, like he was trying not to spook a wounded animal. "You've been bleeding on sacred ground for hours, Eva Thompson. You've crossed a threshold most humans never even know exists. Trust me when I say that impossible is a much smaller category than you think." "How do you know my name?" Eva's voice was getting stronger, anger beginning to burn through the shock. "Have you been following me? Watching me? Your name tag?" Jared said simply, gesturing to her torn uniform. "And no, I haven't been watching you specifically, but I heard your screams from 3 miles away." "Heard them. Hand." He paused. Something flickering across his face, an emotion Eva couldn't quite read. "I couldn't ignore them." Eva tried to push herself up again, gasping as pain radiated through her ribs. Jared moved instantly, closing the distance between them in 2 long strides, his hands reaching out to steady her. His grip was firm but surprisingly gentle, and his skin was furnace hot against her chilled flesh. "Don't," he said sharply. "You have 3 broken ribs, a sprained ankle, and probably a concussion. Moving is a bad idea right now." "I need to get to a hospital," Eva said, even as her vision swam and nausea churned in her stomach. "I need to report what happened. Those men are long gone." Jared interrupted, his expression darkening. "And I strongly suggest you don't go to the police." "Why not? They attacked me. They robbed me and left me for dead. And how exactly are you going to explain how you survived?" Jared released her carefully, rocking back on his heels. "How you ended up 5 miles deep in protected forest land with injuries that should have killed you, but somehow didn't. How you were carried here by something with the strength to move a grown woman through dense undergrowth without leaving a trail." Eva's mouth went dry. He was right. Any story she told would lead to questions she couldn't answer. Questions that would make her sound crazy or would expose whatever Jared was. "So, what am I supposed to do?" she asked, hating how small her voice sounded. "Just pretend it didn't happen?" Jared's expression softened slightly. "I'm saying that your world just got a lot more complicated, and rushing back to the normal one while you're torn between both is dangerous. For you and for," he hesitated, "for others like me, there are more of you." Eva's heart began to race again. More people who can turn into bears. Not just bears, Jared said quietly. And not just people. This forest, this whole region is home to something ancient. Something that exists in the spaces between your world and ours. We call it the Veil. And you, Eva Thompson, just stumbled through it covered in blood and desperation. He stood fully now, towering over her, and Eva saw for the first time the way he held himself. Not quite human, not quite animal, but something in between. Something that had learned to wear a human shape, but had never fully forgotten what it was underneath. The question now, Jared continued, his amber eyes boring into hers, is whether you can survive what comes next. Chapter 3. The Pack's Law. Eva spent the next 2 hours learning that impossible was, in fact, a very flexible concept. Jared had disappeared back into the trees to scout the perimeter, he'd said. Whatever that meant, leaving Eva alone with her racing thoughts and throbbing injuries. She'd tried calling for help on her phone, only to discover the screen was shattered beyond repair, probably from when she'd hit the ground during the attack. No phone, no way home, no idea where she even was, just a strange man who claimed he could turn into a bear and a forest that felt like it was watching her. When Jared returned, he wasn't alone. Eva heard them before she saw them. Voices carrying through the trees, low and cautious. Then figures began emerging from the shadows, and Eva's breath caught in her throat because these people moved wrong. Too fluid, too silent, like they weighed nothing despite their obvious strength, like they'd learned to walk on 2 legs, but preferred 4. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in practical outdoor clothing that had seen better days. They ranged in age from maybe early 20s to late 40s, but they all shared the same quality. Jared had that sense of barely contained wildness, of something powerful and primal wrapped in human skin, and they were all staring at Eva like she was a problem they needed to solve. You brought her here. The speaker was a woman in her 30s, with silver blonde hair pulled back in a severe braid. Her eyes were the color of storm clouds, and they were currently fixed on Jared with an expression that could freeze water to the den. Are you out of your mind? She was dying. Stephanie, Jared said calmly, though Eva noticed his posture had shifted shoulders back, chin up, every line of his body radiating authority. What would you have had me do? Leave her on the road for the crows. Yes. Stephanie took a step forward, her hands clenched into fists. That's exactly what you should have done. The law is clear, Jared. We don't interfere with human affairs. We don't expose ourselves, and we certainly don't bring wounded humans into our territory. The law, Jared said quietly, was written for normal circumstances. This wasn't normal. Every circumstance feels special when you're the one breaking the rules. This came from one of the men, lean and rangy, with copper-colored hair and eyes like molten gold. He looked younger than Jared, maybe mid-20s, and he was watching Eva with open curiosity rather than hostility. Though I got to admit, boss, she does look pretty rough. What happened to her? Robbery, Jared said shortly. 3 men. They took her necklace and decided to make sure she couldn't identify them. And you just happened to be nearby? Stephanie's voice dripped with skepticism. You just happened to be close enough to hear her screams and reach her before she bled out? That's awfully convenient. Something flickered across Jared's face. Guilt, maybe, or anger. Eva couldn't tell which. I was hunting on the eastern ridge. The wind carried her scent. Her scent? The youngest woman spoke up, her voice soft but sharp. She had dark skin and kind eyes that seemed at odds with the tension radiating from everyone else. Jared, you can't smell human blood from that distance. Not unless. She trailed off, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Not unless it meant something. Not unless Eva meant something. Can someone please explain what's happening? Eva's voice came out stronger than she felt, cutting through the conversation. All eyes turned to her, and she fought the urge to shrink back. I'm sitting here bleeding and terrified, while you all talk about me, like I'm not even here. The least you could do is tell me what the hell is going on." Silence. Then surprisingly, the copper-haired man laughed a genuine amused sound that seemed to break some of the tension. "I like her," he said, grinning at Jared. "She's got spine. Most humans would still be screaming or passed out or both. Most humans haven't had the night she's had, Todd." Jared's voice carried a note of warning. "And she's right. She deserves answers. She deserves to forget this ever happened," Stephanie snapped. "Which means we need to call Rebecca now. Let her wipe the girl's memory and dump her at a hospital with a story about a car accident or a mugging gone wrong. Clean, simple, safe." Eva's blood went cold. "You can do that. Erase memories. Our healer can do a lot of things." The youngest woman said gently, crouching down to Eva's level. Her movements were careful, non-threatening, like she was approaching a frightened animal. "My name is Terry Cross. I know this is overwhelming, but we're trying to protect you and ourselves. By making me forget?" Eva looked between them, her heart hammering. "By pretending this didn't happen. Would you rather remember?" Stephanie's eyes blazed. "Would you rather spend the rest of your life knowing that monsters are real? That we exist in the shadows of your world? Following rules you don't understand to keep a peace you didn't know was necessary? Trust me, girl, ignorance is a gift." "I don't want that gift," Eva said firmly, even as fear clawed at her throat. "I want the truth." "The truth will destroy you," Stephanie said flatly. "That's what it does to humans who cross the veil. You can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unknow what you now know. And once our world touches yours, it never quite lets go. Then it's too late anyway." Eva shot back. "Because I already know. I saw Jared change. I saw." Her voice cracked. "I saw something impossible, and I can't pretend I didn't. Even if you erase my memories, some part of me will remember, won't it?" Terry and the copper-haired man, Todd, exchanged glances. Something passed between them. Some silent communication that Eva couldn't interpret. "She's not wrong," Todd said. "Finally, the veil doesn't let go easily. Even with Rebecca's magic, there would be echoes, dreams, phantom fears. She'd spend her life feeling like she'd forgotten something important. Better than knowing the truth," Stephanie insisted. But her voice had lost some of its conviction. Jared, who had been silent during this exchange, suddenly moved. He walked to Eva and knelt beside her, his amber eyes searching her face with an intensity that made her breath catch. "I'm going to ask you something," he said quietly. "And I need you to answer honestly. Can you do that?" Eva nodded, not trusting her voice. "Before tonight, before the attack, did you ever feel like you were being watched? Like something was paying attention to you specifically?" The question was so unexpected that Eva almost laughed. But then she thought about it, really thought about it. About the time she'd walked home from the diner and felt eyes on her back. About the dreams she'd been having lately, dark forests and amber eyes, and a voice calling her name. About the way her grandmother's compass had felt heavier in the weeks before she died, like it was pulling Eva toward something. "Yes," she whispered. "I thought I was being paranoid, anxious because of the neighborhood and the late shifts, but yes, I felt it." Jared's expression darkened. He stood abruptly and turned to face the others, his posture shifting again into that stance of absolute authority. "It's not coincidence," he said, his voice hard. "She was targeted. Not just by those human thugs, but by something else. Something that wanted her vulnerable and alone." "That's impossible," Stephanie said, but she sounded uncertain now. "The treaty holds. No one would dare." "The treaty is 60 years old," Jared interrupted. "And not everyone who signed it is still alive to enforce it. There are younger ones, hungrier ones who think the old laws don't apply to them." "You think someone sent those men after her?" Todd's easy demeanor had vanished, replaced by something cold and dangerous as bait. "I think," Jared said carefully, "that Eva's grandmother didn't just leave her a compass. She left her a legacy, and someone wants to make sure that legacy dies with her." Eva's mind was reeling. My grandmother, what does she have to do with any of this? But before Jared could answer, Terry's head snapped up, her entire body going rigid. Company, she said sharply, coming fast from the north. At least 6, maybe more. The change in the group was instantaneous. Todd and the other 2 men, Eva, hadn't been introduced to spread out, forming a protective semicircle around her and Jared. Stephanie's hostility vanished, replaced by cold efficiency as she moved to Terry's side. Can you stand? Jared asked Eva, his hand already moving to help her up. I don't think so, Eva admitted, hating how weak she sounded. My ankle. She didn't get to finish. Jared bent down and scooped her up in one fluid motion, cradling her against his chest like she weighed nothing. Eva gasped, both from the sudden movement and from the heat radiating from his body, feverish and intense, like he was burning from the inside out. Hold on to me, Jared commanded. And whatever you see, whatever you hear, don't scream. Sound carries in the veil, and right now we need silence. What's coming? Eva whispered, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Jared's eyes met hers, and for the first time, she saw real fear in them. Not for himself, she realized. For her hunters, he said quietly, and they're not here for deer. The forest around them began to change. The morning light dimmed, shadows growing longer and deeper, despite the sun rising somewhere above the canopy. The air turned cold. Not winter cold, but the bone-deep chill of something fundamentally wrong. And in the distance, Eva heard it. Howling, not wolves, not quite. Something that made wolf howls sound like lullabibas. Something that turned her blood to ice and sent every instinct screaming that she needed to run, to hide, to get as far away as possible. Jared's arms tightened around her. They're here, he murmured, and they've brought the pack. The howling grew louder, closer, and Eva realized with growing horror that whatever was coming wasn't just dangerous. It was coming specifically for her. Chapter 4. The Alpha's Burden. The hunters emerged from the treeing like smoke given form, silent, deadly, and absolutely terrifying. There were 8 of them, all in human shape, but moving with the coordinated precision of a true pack. They wore dark clothing that seemed to absorb light, and their eyes glowed with an unnatural luminescence, some amber like Jared's, others green or ice blue. But it was the man leading them who made Eva's breath catch in her throat. He was tall, even taller than Jared, with silver hair that fell to his shoulders, and a face that could have been carved from granite, handsome in a cold, remote way that made you think of mountains and winter storms. His eyes were the palest blue Eva had ever seen, almost white, and when they locked onto her, she felt like she was being dissected. Jared Eastman. The man's voice was smooth and cultured, with just a hint of an accent Eva couldn't place. How unexpected to find you so far from your den. And with such interesting company, Jared's grip on Eva tightened fractionally. When he spoke, his voice was perfectly controlled. The tone of someone who knew he was being tested and refused to show weakness. Elmer Kerr. I'd say it's a pleasure, but we both know that would be a lie. What brings the Northern Pack into my territory? So, this was Elmer Kerr. Wait, Eva's mind stuttered. Elmer Kerr, the same name as one of the men who'd attacked her. But this man looked nothing like the thuggish brute who'd kicked her while she lay helpless on the ground. This man was refined, powerful, radiating the kind of authority that came from generations of command, your territory. Elmer's smile was razor-sharp. How presumptuous. These lands belong to the Vale, Jared. We all simply exist within them by agreement. Or have you forgotten the treaty? I have forgotten nothing, Jared said evenly. Which is why I'm curious why you're here with 8 of your strongest armed and hunting without giving notice to the local pack. That violates at least 3 provisions of the territorial accords, does it? Elmer tilted his head, his pale eyes never leaving Eva's face. How fascinating. I was under the impression that the accords also prohibited harboring humans within den grounds, particularly humans who carry the scent of, he paused, inhaling deeply, old magic, very old magic, the kind that died out decades ago. Eva felt Jared's entire body go rigid around them. His pack had shifted into defensive positions, not quite threatening, but ready for violence at a moment's notice. Stephanie's earlier hostility had vanished, replaced by cold calculation as she assessed the Northern Pack's numbers and positioning. The girl was attacked, Jared said carefully, left for dead on the roadside. I invoked sanctuary law. Sanctuary law. Elmer's smile widened. How noble of you, though I wonder, was it truly mercy that motivated you or recognition? The question hung in the air like a blade. Eva could feel the tension radiating from every shifter present, pack member and hunter alike. Whatever Elmer was implying, it was dangerous. The kind of dangerous that started wars. I don't know what you're suggesting, Jared said, his voice dropping into a register that made the hair on Eva's arms stand up. It was barely human anymore, more growl than speech. But I'd advise you to choose your next words carefully. Oh, I always do. Elmer took a step forward and immediately 3 of Jared's pack moved to intercept. The silver-haired man stopped, holding up his hands in mocked surrender. Peace, peace. I'm not here to start a conflict. I'm here to collect what belongs to the Northern Pack. Nothing here belongs to you, Stephanie said sharply. You're in Riverside territory. You have no claim to anything or anyone within these borders, don't I? Elmer's pale eyes fixed on Eva again, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Tell me, little human, what was your grandmother's name? Eva's throat went dry. I don't see how that's any of your business. Humor me. Jared started to interrupt, but Eva spoke over him. Something in her, some stubborn part that had survived poverty and violence, and every other hardship life had thrown at her, refused to be intimidated. Ernestine Whitaker, she said clearly. Her name was Ernestine Whitaker, and she died 3 months ago. The reaction was immediate and electric. Every shifter present, both packs went utterly still. Elmer's smile finally faltered, replaced by something that looked almost like shock. Even Jared made a small sound, something between a gasp and a growl. Whitaker. Elmer repeated slowly. The Whitaker line, I should have known. The compass that was hers, wasn't it, before those pathetic humans stole it from you? How do you know about the compass? Eva demanded, fear turning to anger. How do you know anything about my grandmother? Because, Elmer said softly, Ernestine Whitaker was supposed to be dead. Truly dead, not just physically, but her entire bloodline erased. That was the agreement she made 60 years ago when she betrayed her pack and fled into the human world. The words hit Eva like a physical blow. That's a lie. My grandmother would never, wouldn't she? Elmer's expression had gone cold. Your grandmother was born into the Northern Pack, little human. Born as one of us, a shifter, a guardian of the veil, a daughter of the ancient bloodlines. But she fell in love with a human man and chose to abandon everything for him, her pack, her duties, her very nature. The elders offered her a choice: return to the fold and accept punishment, or take a potion that would strip her of her shifter abilities forever and cut all ties with our world. She chose the potion. Eva whispered, pieces clicking into place, the dreams, the compass that always felt heavier than it should. The way her grandmother had looked at the forest beyond their small house with such terrible longing. She chose my grandfather. She chose weakness, Elmer corrected, and in exchange for being allowed to live out her days in the human world, she agreed that her bloodline would end with her. No children, no grandchildren, no descendants to carry even a trace of shifter blood into future generations. But I exist, Eva said, her voice shaking. Obviously, she broke that promise. Obviously, Elmer's smile returned sharp and dangerous. Which means her debt passes to you. The Northern Pack has a right to reclaim what was stolen from us. Your grandmother's blood runs in your veins, diluted though it may be. That makes you our property. She's not property, Jared snarled, And this time, there was no mistaking the growl in his voice. "She's under my protection. Sanctuary law holds." "Sanctuary law," Elmer said calmly, "only applies to innocent humans caught in our affairs through no fault of their own." "But young Eva here isn't innocent, is she? She carries stolen magic, forbidden bloodlines. Her very existence is a violation of the treaty your pack helped negotiate." Stephanie swore under her breath. Todd and Terry exchanged worried glances. Eva could feel the dynamic shifting, sense that somehow the ground beneath Jared's defense was crumbling. "The treaty," Jared said slowly, "also states that pack debts can be settled through challenge. If you believe Eva's grandmother wronged the Northern Pack, then challenge me for the right to adjudicate her descendants' fate. Let the Veil decide who has the stronger claim." Silence. Then Elmer threw back his head and laughed, a genuine sound of delight that was somehow more terrifying than his anger had been. "Challenge you? Oh, Jared, you've always been so predictable, so noble, so willing to throw yourself on your sword for the weak and helpless." He took another step forward, and this time, none of Jared's pack moved to stop him. "But here's the thing. I don't need to challenge you because you're not the one with the claim. You're just the one who happened to stumble across her first." "What are you talking about?" Jared's voice was deadly quiet now. Elmer's smile was triumphant. "I'm talking about the fact that you're not her pack, Jared. You're not her blood, not her lineage, not her rightful guardian. You're just a soft-hearted alpha who can't resist playing hero." He turned his attention fully to Eva. "Tell me, little human, do you want to know why those men attacked you tonight? Why they targeted you specifically, took that compass, and left you to die?" Eva's heart was hammering so hard she thought it might burst. "Yes, because I told them to." The words were so casual, so matter-of-fact, that for a moment, Eva didn't process them. Then they hit her with the force of a freight train. Her voice broke. "You sent them. You're the reason I nearly died." "I needed you desperate," Elmer said simply. "Needed you broken and bleeding, and calling out to anything that might hear, because that's the only way to break a suppression spell through genuine life or death terror. Your grandmother was clever. She bound your shifter blood so deeply that you'd never know what you were. But trauma has a way of shattering even the strongest bindings." "I'm not a shifter," Eva said. But her voice was uncertain now. "I can't. I've never. Haven't you?" Elmer's eyes gleamed. "Never felt stronger than you should be. Never healed faster from injuries. Never dreamed of running on 4 legs through forests you've never visited. Your grandmother suppressed your nature, little one, but she couldn't erase it entirely, not without killing you." And now that the binding is cracked, he inhaled deeply, his expression almost ecstatic. "Now I can smell it. Wolf blood, ancient and powerful. My pack's blood stolen and hidden for 6 decades. But no more." Jared's entire body was trembling now, caught between human and animal form. "You orchestrated an attempted murder to break a suppression spell. Do you have any idea how many laws you violated? The Council will." "The Council will do nothing," Elmer interrupted. "Because when I present them with proof that Ernestine Whitaker's bloodline survived, that she broke her oath and bore children. Who bore children, they'll have no choice but to rule in my favor. Eva Thompson belongs to the Northern Pack. She always has." "No," Eva said firmly, surprising herself, with the strength in her voice. "I don't belong to anyone. I'm a person, not a possession. And if what you're saying is true, if I really do have shifter blood, then I have the right to choose my own pack." Another silence. Then Terry laughed a bright, startled sound. "She's right," the younger woman said. "Treaty law is clear. Any shifter of mixed blood who comes of age outside pack structure has the right to petition for membership. They can't be claimed without consent." Elmer's expression darkened. She hasn't come of age. Her shifter blood hasn't fully awakened. "But it's awakening," Todd pointed out, and there was a sharp edge to his usually casual tone. "You said it yourself. The binding is cracking, which means she's in transition, and transitioning shifters have the same rights as full-blood adults. This is ridiculous, Elmer snapped, his composure finally cracking. She's barely aware of what she is. She can't make an informed choice about pack allegiance. Then she needs time, Jared said, and Eva could hear the relief in his voice. He'd found the loophole, the legal ground that would protect her. Time to learn about our world, about her heritage, about what her grandmother's choices mean for her future. Treaty law allows for a probationary period of 60 days before a mixed blood must declare allegiance. 60 days, Elmer repeated flatly. You want me to wait 60 days while you fill her head with poison against the Northern Pack? While you convince her that you're the hero and I'm the villain? I want you, Jared said coldly, to follow the law. Unless you'd prefer I call for an emergency council session to review your actions tonight. I'm sure they'd be very interested to hear how you hired human thugs to assault a woman with dormant shifter blood. How you put the Veil at risk for personal gain. How you violated at least a dozen treaty provisions in pursuit of a 60-year-old grudge. The two alphas stared at each other, and Eva could feel the violence crackling in the air between them. If this came to a fight, people would die, maybe all of them, and it would be her fault, her existence, her grandmother's choices, her bloodline's curse. 60 days, Elmer said finally, biting off each word. But understand this, Jared Eastman, I will be watching. And when those 60 days expire, if she hasn't chosen the Northern Pack of her own free will, I will challenge you for the right to claim her. And unlike tonight, that challenge won't be a legal formality. It will be a fight to the death. I accept those terms, Jared said without hesitation. Elmer's smile was cold and predatory. Of course you do. You always were too noble for your own good. He turned to leave, his pack falling in behind him. But at the edge of the clearing, he paused and looked back at Eva. Your grandmother chose love over duty. Little wolf. I wonder if you'll make the same mistake. I wonder if you even understand what that choice cost her. Cost all of us in the end. Then they were gone, melting back into the shadows as silently as they'd come. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Jared carefully set Eva down, supporting her weight as her injured ankle screamed in protest. Well, Todd said into the silence, that could have gone worse, could it? Stephanie snapped. He just declared his intention to challenge Jared to the death in 60 days. How exactly could that have gone worse? He could have taken Eva by force and killed anyone who tried to stop him, Todd pointed out. At least now we have time. Time for what? Eva asked, her voice small. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving her feeling hollow and terrified. Time for me to what? Suddenly become a shapeshifter? To choose between two packs I don't know anything about? To be the reason someone dies? Jared turned to face her, and the expression on his face was complicated. Part exhaustion, part determination, part something Eva couldn't quite name. Time, he said quietly, for you to understand what you are. What your grandmother sacrificed to give you a choice she never had. And yes, time for you to decide whether you want to be part of this world at all. What do you mean? Eva frowned. Elmer said, I have to choose a pack. Elmer wants you to believe that, Jared corrected. But there's another option. One your grandmother almost took before she met your grandfather. You can reject both packs, refuse the change entirely, stay human. But the binding is already breaking, Terry said hesitantly. Elmer said the binding was cracked, not shattered. Jared interrupted. There are ways to reinforce it, to complete what Ernestine started. It would mean giving up any connection to the Veil, any possibility of shifting, any claim to pack or territory. But it would also mean Eva could return to her human life safe, normal, free, and alone, Stephanie added softly. Once a shifter, even a dormant one, has been exposed to the Veil, they can never fully leave it behind. The dreams won't stop. The instincts won't fade. You'll spend your life feeling like you're missing something, reaching for a connection you can never quite grasp. Eva looked between them, these strange, powerful beings who'd inserted themselves into her life with the force of a hurricane. 12 hours ago, her biggest worry had been making rent. Now she was apparently part wolf, caught between two packs, who both wanted to own her and responsible for a debt she didn't understand to honor a grandmother's choice she'd never known about. "I need to sit down," she said faintly, then realizing she was already sitting, amended, "I need to lie down or possibly scream. Maybe both." Despite everything, Todd laughed. "Definitely both. Come on, let's get you to the den house. Rebecca's probably already there setting up the healing room." "Rebecca," Eva repeated. "Our healer," Terry explained, helping Eva to her feet, or rather foot, since putting weight on her injured ankle was excruciating. She can do things modern medicine only dreams about. Broken bones, internal bleeding, curses. Eva's voice went up an octave. "Not that you have any curses," Terry added quickly. "Probably, maybe. Rebecca will check, just to be safe." "Oh, good," Eva said weakly. "I was worried today couldn't get any stranger." Jared made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sigh. Eva couldn't tell which. But when he scooped her up again, this time she didn't protest. She was too tired, too overwhelmed, too completely and utterly done with everything. As they moved deeper into the forest toward whatever den house meant, Eva closed her eyes and tried to process everything she'd learned. Her grandmother had been a shifter. Eva herself carried that blood, however diluted. Two packs wanted to claim her, and somewhere in all of this, there was a choice she had to make, one that would apparently determine the entire trajectory of her life. "Jared," she said quietly, her head resting against his shoulder. "Yes, why did you save me?" "Really?" "You said you heard my screams, but Elmer made it sound like there was more to it than that." Jared was silent for so long that Eva thought he might not answer. Then finally, "When I heard you scream, I knew what you were. Recognized your bloodline even before I caught your scent. And I knew that if I didn't reach you first, someone else would. Someone who would use you rather than protect you. But why protect me at all? You didn't know me. I could be terrible. I could be your Ernestine's granddaughter." Jared interrupted gently. "And your grandmother saved my life once, a very long time ago. Before she left the Northern Pack, before any of this," he paused. "I owed her a debt. Now that debt passes to you." Eva absorbed this. "So, you're only helping me because of my grandmother." Another long pause. Then, "No, I'm helping you because when I found you dying on that road, covered in blood and still clutching the spot where your compass had been, you looked up at me and said, 'Thank you. Not help me, not save me. Just thank you.' Like you were grateful to not die alone." His arms tightened around her fractionally. "No one should have to be grateful for that. And I decided right then that you deserved better than the hand you'd been dealt. Better than a grandmother's secrets and a bloodline's curse. Better than dying alone on a cold road while the world looked away." Eva felt tears burning behind her eyelids. "I don't know if I can do this," she whispered. "Any of this. I'm not brave or special or strong. I'm just a waitress who works too hard and never catches a break." "You survived tonight," Jared said simply. "You survived the attack, the transformation, meeting the pack and facing down Elmer Kerr without breaking. That takes strength most people never have to find. So yes, you can do this, and you won't have to do it alone." Ahead, through the trees, Eva caught her first glimpse of the den houses, a sprawling structure that seemed to be built directly into the hillside, half wood and half stone, with windows that glowed with warm light. It looked impossibly welcoming after everything she'd been through. And standing in the doorway, backlit and waiting, was a woman with silver-streaked hair and knowing eyes. Rebecca. Ava assumed the healer who could supposedly work miracles. Eva really hoped that was true, because she had a feeling she was going to need a miracle or two to survive what came next. Chapter 5. The Healer's Truth. Rebecca Simpson's was not what Eva expected. For some reason, Eva had pictured a mysterious, ethereal figure, someone draped in flowing robes, who spoke in cryptic riddles and mixed potions over bubbling cauldrons. Instead, the woman who greeted them at the den house looked like she could be someone's favorite aunt. Mid-50s with laugh lines around her eyes and silvers streaking through her dark brown hair, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that had definitely seen better days. "About time you got here," Rebecca said, her voice warm but firm as she gestured them inside. I could feel the Northern Pack's presence from 3 miles away. Elmer was never subtle about his territorial posturing. Her eyes landed on Eva, and something in her expression softened. "Oh, honey, you look like you've been through a meat grinder." "Feels like it, too," Eva admitted weakly. The interior of the den house was even more surprising than Rebecca herself. Eva had expected something primitive, maybe cave-like, with stone walls and minimal furniture. Instead, she found herself in what could only be described as a cozy mountain lodge. Wooden floors polished to a warm glow. Comfortable furniture arranged around a massive stone fireplace and windows that looked out over the forest with views that would make any real estate agent weep with joy. But there were differences, too. Subtle ones that reminded Eva this wasn't a normal house. The doorways were wider and taller than standard, built to accommodate bodies that could shift sizes without warning. The furniture was sturdy, overbuilt, really like it needed to support far more weight than human frames would require. And everywhere Eva looked, she saw symbols carved into the woods, spirals and crescents and patterns that hurt to look at directly, like her eyes couldn't quite focus on them. "Protection wards," Rebecca explained, noticing Eva's gaze. "They keep unwanted visitors out and help stabilize the veil inside the house. Makes it easier to heal without interference from outside magic." She gestured toward a hallway. "Jared, bring her to the healing room. The rest of you get cleaned up and get some rest. It's been a long night." The pack dispersed without argument, though. Eva noticed Todd lingering in the doorway, his expression worried. Terry squeezed Eva's hand as she passed, offering an encouraging smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Stephanie was the last to leave. She stopped in front of Jared, her storm-gray eyes searching his face. "You're really doing this?" she asked quietly. "Staking everything on a girl you don't even know. Risking a death challenge with Elmer Kerr." "I am," Jared said simply. "Hell kill you," Stephanie said. And for the first time, Eva heard genuine fear in the other woman's voice. Elmer's been alpha of the Northern Pack for 40 years. He survived 12 challenges and 3 territorial wars. "You're strong, Jared." "But I know what he is," Jared interrupted gently. "And I'm doing this anyway." Stephanie's jaw tightened. For a moment, Eva thought she might argue further. Instead, she just shook her head and walked away, her footsteps heavy with disapproval. "She's right, you know," Eva said, once they were alone with Rebecca. "You shouldn't risk your life for me. We just met. You don't owe me anything. We've been over this," Jared said, carrying her down the hallway. "And you're wrong. I do owe you. Or rather, I owed your grandmother, and that debt transfers to you." "Debts can be paid in other ways," Eva argued. "Ways that don't involve you potentially dying." "Perhaps," Jared acknowledged. "But this is the way I've chosen." Before Eva could respond, they entered the healing room and all other thoughts fled her mind. It was beautiful. That was the first word that came to Eva's mind, and it felt inadequate. The room was circular with a domed ceiling painted to look like a night sky complete with constellations that seemed to actually twinkle. The walls were covered in growing things, moss and vines and flowers that shouldn't have been able to survive indoors, but were thriving anyway. In the center of the room was a bed covered in soft furs, and the whole space smelled like rain and growing things, and something Eva couldn't quite identify, but that made her feel instantly safer. "Sacred ground," Rebecca explained as Jared carefully set Eva on the bed, or as close as we can get to it, inside 4 walls. "The veil is thin here. Healing comes easier when you're closer to the source of all shifter magic. She began pulling supplies from a cabinet built into the wall bandages, bottles of liquid in various colors. A few items Eva recognized from hospitals, and several she definitely didn't. "This is going to hurt," Rebecca said matter-of-factly, turning to face Eva. "I need to examine you thoroughly, which means touching injuries that are still fresh. I can give you something for the pain, but it'll make you drowsy. Your choice." Eva thought about it. She was already exhausted, running on fumes and adrenaline. But she also had questions. So many questions, and if she was unconscious, she couldn't get answers. "I'll stay awake," she said. "I can handle pain." Rebecca's expression was approving. "Tough girl. Good. We need more of those around here." She glanced at Jared. "You can stay or go, but if you stay, you'll need to be useful." "I'll stay," Jared said without hesitation. What followed was the most thorough and uncomfortable examination of Eva's life. Rebecca's hands were gentle but thorough, probing broken ribs and checking the swelling around Eva's ankle with practiced efficiency. She asked questions. Where did it hurt most? Could Eva breathe deeply? Was there any numbness or tingling? And listened to the answers with absolute focus. But it was when Rebecca placed her hands flat against Eva's chest, right over her heart, that things got weird. Eva felt it immediately. A warmth that spread from Rebecca's palms into her body, flowing through her veins like liquid sunlight. It didn't hurt exactly, but it was deeply strange, like someone was reading her from the inside out, cataloging every injury and imperfection. "Interesting," Rebecca murmured, her eyes closed in concentration. "Very interesting. What is?" Jared asked, tension clear in his voice. "Is something wrong?" "Define wrong," Rebecca said absently. "Her ribs are broken, 3 of them. Clean fractures that are already starting to knit back together. That's not normal human healing speed, by the way. She's been injured for what, 8 hours? Most humans wouldn't even have started the inflammatory response yet." "The shifter blood," Jared said. "The shifter blood," Rebecca agreed. "But it's more than that. The suppression spell Ernestine placed on her granddaughter. It's not just cracked, Jared. It's actively unraveling. And it's been unraveling for months, maybe longer. Those men attacking her tonight just accelerated a process that was already well underway." Eva's stomach dropped. "What does that mean?" Rebecca opened her eyes, and Eva was startled to see they'd changed color, gone from normal brown to luminous green that seemed to glow with inner light. "It means, honey, that you've been shifting without knowing it. Small things, unconscious things. Ever find yourself suddenly stronger than you should be? Able to lift something that, by rights, you shouldn't have been able to move?" Eva thought about it. Thought about last week when she'd had to move the industrial freezer at the diner by herself because no one else was available. It was supposed to be a 2-person job. The thing weighed at least 300 pounds, but Eva had managed it alone. She'd been sore afterward, sure, but she'd done it. "Maybe," she admitted quietly. "How about your senses?" Rebecca continued, her glowing eyes never leaving Eva's face. "Ever notice you could hear conversations from farther away than you should? Smell things others couldn't see clearly in darkness that should have been impenetrable?" Eva's throat went dry. Yes, all of those things. She'd just assumed everyone experienced the world that way, that her hearing wasn't actually better. She was just paying more attention, that her night vision was good because she'd adapted to walking home in the dark so often. "Oh God," she whispered, "I've been shifting this whole time. But I never felt different. Never felt like I was changing because the shifts were so small. Your conscious mind didn't register them," Rebecca explained. "Your body was trying to break free of the suppression spell, but the spell was strong enough to keep you mostly human. Until tonight, until you experienced genuine mortal terror and called out to the veil for help." "I didn't call out to anything," Eva protested. "You did," Jared said quietly. "I heard you when you were lying on that road bleeding out. You whispered, Please don't let me die alone. You were calling to anything that might hear. To the universe, to fate, to whatever powers might be listening. And in the veil, honey, those powers listen. They answer. Rebecca's hands moved to Eva's forehead, her touch cool and assessing. The question now is what we do about it. The spell is going to break completely within the next few weeks, maybe sooner if you experience more trauma or intense emotion. When it does, you'll have your first full shift. And honey, I'm not going to lie to you. First shifts are brutal, painful, disorienting, and dangerous if you're not prepared. How dangerous? Eva asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Dangerous enough that most shifter children are kept under close supervision during their transition, Rebecca said bluntly. The body doesn't know what it's doing. Bones break and reform. Muscles tear and regrow. Your entire skeletal structure has to rearrange itself into a completely different configuration. It's agonizing, and your instinct will be to fight it, which only makes it worse. Eva felt bile rising in her throat. You're saying I'm going to turn into a wolf? An actual wolf eventually? Yes, Rebecca confirmed. Though your first few shifts will be imperfect. Most young shifters can't fully transform right away. They get stuck halfway part human, part animal, and in constant pain until they figure out how to complete the change or shift back. This is insane, Eva said, her voice rising despite the pain in her ribs. I can't do this. I can't be a shapeshifter. I'm a waitress. I live in a studio apartment. I have bills to pay and a job that barely covers rent. And I'm barely holding my life together as it is. And now you're telling me I'm going to turn into a wolf? Yes, Rebecca said simply. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Though, for what it's worth, plenty of shifters have jobs and apartments and bills. Being one of us doesn't mean you have to give up your human life entirely. You just have to learn to balance both sides. And if I don't want to? Eva heard the desperation in her own voice. If I want you to fix whatever is breaking, reinforce the spell or make it stronger or something. Rebecca's expression turned sad. I could try, but honey, suppression spells aren't meant to last forever. They're temporary measures meant to give someone time to adjust or escape. Your grandmother's spell has held for 26 years, which is, frankly, miraculous. But it's done its job. Trying to reinforce it now would be like trying to patch a dam that's already crumbling. You might buy yourself a few more weeks, maybe a month, but eventually it will break anyway. And when it does, the backlash will be worse than if you just let it happen naturally. So, I don't actually have a choice, Eva said bitterly. Despite what everyone keeps saying, I don't get to choose whether I become a shifter. I just get to choose which pack to join. That's not entirely true, Jared said, speaking up for the first time in several minutes. You do have a choice. You can learn to shift and control it, or you can fight it and let it control you. You can embrace what you are, or you can spend your life terrified of yourself. Those are real choices, Eva. They matter. Easy for you to say. Eva shot back. You were born this way. You've never known anything different. But I had a normal life. A boring, exhausting, barely making ends meet life. But it was mine, and now it's gone, and I'm supposed to just accept that. Jared's expression was complicated. Part sympathy, part frustration, part something Eva couldn't quite read. I'm not asking you to accept it. I'm asking you to survive it. There's a difference. Before Eva could respond, Rebecca cleared her throat pointedly. As touching as this philosophical debate is, I still have a patient to treat. Eva, I'm going to set your ribs properly and wrap them. It's going to hurt like hell, but it'll heal faster and cleaner if we do it right. Jared, hold her hand. Give her something to squeeze. What followed was, as promised, excruciating. Rebecca worked quickly and efficiently, but even with her gentle touch, the process of manipulating broken bones back into alignment was pure agony. Eva squeezed Jared's hand so hard. She was dimly amazed she didn't break his fingers and bit down on a leather strap Rebecca provided to keep from screaming. By the time it was over, Eva was drenched in sweat and shaking, tears streaming down her face despite her best efforts to hold them back. "Good girl," Rebecca said approvingly, wrapping Eva's ribs in bandages that felt somehow wrong, too warm, too tingly, like they were alive. "These are spelled. They'll speed the healing process and help stabilize the breaks. You'll need to keep them on for at least 3 days, longer if possible." She moved on to Eva's ankle, which was swollen to twice its normal size and mottled with bruises. More probing, more pain, and finally a verdict. Badly sprained, but not broken. Thank God. Keep weight off it for at least a week. Rebecca instructed as she wrapped it in more of those strange, warm bandages. "I'll give you a crutch, but honestly, the best thing would be to stay here at the den house until you're healed enough to walk properly." "I can't," Eva said automatically. "I have work. My shifts can be covered," Rebecca interrupted firmly. "Honey, you've been through a traumatic assault. Any normal employer would give you time off to recover, and if yours won't, then you need a better job anyway." Eva wanted to argue, but the truth was she was exhausted. Bone deep, soul-crushing, exhausted, and the thought of going back to her tiny apartment, of being alone with her thoughts and her fears and everything she'd learned tonight was genuinely terrifying. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I'll stay for a few days until I'm stronger." Rebecca's expression softened. "Good, now, I'm going to give you something to help you sleep." "Don't argue," she added as Eva started to protest. "You need real rest, not just passing out from exhaustion. And when you wake up, we'll start teaching you about what you are and what you can become." The something turned out to be a tea that tasted like honey and chamomile, and something vaguely floral Eva couldn't identify. She drank it obediently, too tired to question whether it was safe to accept beverages from magical healers who talked about shape-shifting like it was perfectly normal. The drowsiness hit almost immediately, a warm, heavy feeling that started in her stomach and spread outward to her limbs. Her eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. "Sleep," Rebecca said gently, her voice seeming to come from very far away. "When you wake, everything will still be complicated and terrifying, but you'll be stronger, and you won't be alone." The last thing Eva saw before darkness claimed her was Jared's face. His amber eyes watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Concerned, yes, but also something else. Something that looked almost like hope. Then, sleep pulled her under, and Eva dreamed. She was running through a forest. Not the one around the den house, but somewhere wilder, older. The trees here were ancient, their trunks so wide it would take 10 people linking hands to circle them. The underbrush was thick and lush, and the air smelled like rain and earth, and something indefinably alive. Eva was on 4 legs. She could feel them beneath her powerful and sure, eating up ground with an ease her human legs had never known. Her senses were overwhelming. She could smell everything, each scent distinct and meaningful. Could hear the heartbeat of a rabbit hiding in the bushes 50 yards away. Could see in perfect clarity despite the darkness. The world rendered in shades of silver and blue. And she wasn't alone. Running beside her was another wolf larger than her, with dark fur and amber eyes. Jared, some part of her mind supplied. She knew it was him without needing to be told, the same way she knew which direction was home. Even though she'd never been in this forest before, they ran together through the darkness, and Eva felt something she'd never experienced in her waking life. Freedom. Pure, uncomplicated, joyful freedom. No bills to worry about, no exhausting shifts, no men who would hurt her for the change in her pocket. Just the ground beneath her paws and the wind in her fur and the steady presence of the wolf beside her. "This could be yours," a voice whispered her grandmother's voice. "Warm and full of love, this wildness, this joy, this belonging. I gave it up so you could have a choice, Eva. So you wouldn't be forced into a life you didn't want, but you can choose it for yourself. You can choose freedom." Eva woke with tears on her face, and sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows. For a disoriented moment, she couldn't remember where she was or how she'd gotten there. Then it all came rushing back. The attack, Jared, the pack, Elmer Kerr and his threats, Rebecca's examination, the dream. Eva touched her face, feeling the dampness of tears, and wondered if it had been just a dream, or if somehow for just a moment she'd felt what her grandmother had given up, what Eva herself might become. Outside her room, she could hear voices, the pack moving through the den house, going about their morning routines. Normal sounds. Breakfast being made. Doors opening and closing. Someone laughing at something Eva couldn't hear. She was still in pain. Her ribs ached with every breath. Her ankle throbbed, but it was manageable now. Distant. Like her body was already starting to heal faster than it should because she wasn't entirely human anymore. Maybe she never had been. A knock at the door made Eva jump. "Come in," she called, her voice rough from sleep. It was Terry carrying a tray with food, eggs, bacon, toast, and a glass of orange juice. "Rebecca said you'd be awake soon," the younger woman said with a warm smile. "Figured you might be hungry. Healing takes energy, even magical healing." Eva's stomach growled in response, and she realized she was absolutely starving. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten before her shift at the diner yesterday. That felt like a lifetime ago. "Thank you," Eva said, accepting the tray. The food smelled amazing, and she had to resist the urge to wolf it down. No pun intended. Terry settled into a chair near the bed, watching Eva eat with obvious satisfaction. "You look better. More color in your face. Rebecca's good at what she does. She's terrifying," Eva said around a mouthful of eggs. "But effective." Terry laughed. "That's a perfect description of Rebecca. She's been Packer for 20 years, and I don't think anyone's ever gotten away with ignoring her medical advice. Not even Jared. And he's the alpha." Eva paused mid-bite. "He really is the alpha, isn't he? The pack leader. I thought maybe that was just posturing for Elmer's benefit." "No posturing," Terry confirmed. "Jared's been alpha of the Riverside pack for 8 years. He took over when the previous alpha retired. He's good at it, too. Fair, strong, protective of those weaker than him. Sometimes too protective," she added with a fond smile. "He has a tendency to throw himself in front of danger for people who probably don't deserve it." "People like me," Eva said quietly. "People like you," Terry agreed. "Though I think you might deserve it more than most. It takes guts to face down Elmer Kerr without running or breaking. Most humans would have passed out from fear alone." Eva took a long drink of orange juice, using it as an excuse to not respond. She didn't feel brave. She felt terrified and overwhelmed and completely out of her depth. "What happens now?" she asked finally. Rebecca said, "I have a few weeks before the spell breaks completely. What am I supposed to do with that time?" Terry's expression turned serious. "Learn, train, prepare. Jared will teach you about pack law and shifter culture. Rebecca will help you understand your body and what to expect during the transformation, and the rest of us." She smiled. "We'll teach you how to survive because that's what packs do, Eva. We protect our own." "I'm not pack," Eva said automatically. "Not yet. Maybe not ever, aren't you?" Terry tilted her head, studying Eva with those kind, knowing eyes. "Jared claimed sanctuary for you. He's fighting a death challenge in your name. Rebecca's healing you with pack resources. You're sleeping in our den, eating our food, protected by our borders. You might not have sworn allegiance yet, but you're already pack in every way that matters." The words settled over Eva like a blanket, warm and comforting, and also slightly suffocating, because with pack came obligations, responsibilities, debts that would need to be repaid. But also, Eva realized family, belonging, a place where she wasn't invisible or alone. "I need to think about this," Eva said finally. "All of it. It's too much to process right now." "Take your time," Terry said, standing. "But not too much time. 60 days sounds like a lot, but it'll go faster than you think. And when Elmer comes back," she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. When Elmer came back, everything would change. Either Eva would choose a pack and accept her shifter nature, or she'd refuse and lose whatever protection Jared's sanctuary provided. Either way, she couldn't stay in this limbo forever. The question was, which impossible choice would destroy her less? Chapter 6. The First Lesson. Eva spent 3 days in the healing room, drifting between sleep and waking, while her body knitted itself back together with supernatural speed. Rebecca checked on her twice daily, changing the spelled bandages and making satisfied noises about her progress. By the 4th morning, Eva could walk without the crutch, though her ribs still protested sharp movements. "You're healing beautifully," Rebecca announced, during her morning examination, her hands glowing faintly green as she assessed Eva's injuries. "Another few days and you'll be as good as new. Better than new, actually. Your shifter blood is accelerating the process significantly." Eva sat on the edge of the bed, watching the healer work with a mixture of fascination and unease. "Is it always like this? The healing for shifters?" "Yes. We're built to take damage and recover quickly. It's a survival mechanism necessary when your body regularly tears itself apart and rebuilds in a different configuration." Rebecca's glowing eyes met Eva's. "Your human side is probably freaking out right now, wondering how 3 broken ribs can feel this good after only 4 days, but your wolf side knows this is normal." "My wolf side," Eva repeated slowly. The words felt strange in her mouth, foreign, like she was talking about someone else. "I still can't believe I have a wolf side." "Believe it, honey. It's getting stronger every day. I can feel it pushing against the weakening suppression spell, trying to break free." Rebecca pulled back and her eyes faded to their normal brown. "Which is why we need to start your training today. The longer we wait, the more dangerous your first shift becomes." Eva's stomach clenched. "Training? What kind of training?" "Physical conditioning, meditation techniques, breathing exercises, anything that helps you stay centered and in control when the shift starts, plus education about pack law, shifter history, and the politics you found yourself caught in." Rebecca smiled grimly. "Welcome to Crash Course Shapeshifter 101. Class starts in an hour." The classroom turned out to be a large clearing behind the den house, surrounded by ancient trees that seemed to lean in like curious spectators. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Eva shivered in the borrowed clothes. Terry had provided soft jeans and a flannel shirt that fit reasonably well, though the boots were slightly too large. Jared was already there along with Todd, Terry, and 2 other pack members Eva hadn't properly met yet. One was a burly man in his 40s, with kind eyes and hands the size of dinner plates. The other was younger, maybe early 20s, with nervous energy that reminded Eva of a bird about to take flight. "Eva," Jared said, his tone formal enough that she knew this was official business. "I'd like you to meet the rest of the pack, who will be helping with your training. You've already met Todd and Terry. This is Norman Rose, our tracker and scout." He gestured to the burly man, who nodded politely, "And this is Jimmy Ayo, our newest member. He completed his first shift only 6 months ago, so he remembers what it's like to be where you are now." Jimmy gave Eva a sympathetic smile. "It gets easier, I promise. The first few weeks are absolutely terrifying, but once you figure out how to work with the change instead of fighting it, everything clicks into place." "And if I can't figure it out," Eva asked quietly. "Then we help you until you do," Norman said simply, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to vibrate through the ground. "That's what pack means. No one shifts alone. No one learns alone. We carry each other." The simple sincerity in his words made Eva's throat tight. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. "Where's Stephanie?" Eva asked, noticing the conspicuous absence of the pack's second-in-command. Something flickered across Jared's face, too quick for Eva to identify. "Stephanie is dealing with some complications. She'll join us when she can." Translation: Stephanie still didn't approve of Eva's presence and was making her feelings known by staying away. Eva couldn't really blame her from Stephanie's perspective. Eva was a liability, a half-trained shifter who'd brought the Northern Pack's attention down on them and put their alpha in danger of a death challenge. Right, Eva said, pushing the herd aside. She barely knew Stephanie anyway. So, what are we starting with? Mutation, Jared said, and Eva must have made a face because he smiled slightly. I know it sounds boring, but it's essential. Shifting is as much mental as physical. You need to learn to quiet your conscious mind and listen to your instincts. Your body knows how to shift. It's written into your DNA. Your brain just needs to get out of the way and let it happen. Easier said than done, Jimmy muttered, earning a laugh from Todd. Which is why we practice, Jared said patiently. He gestured to a flat area in the center of the clearing. Everyone sit. Eva, you're in the middle. Eva obeyed, settling cross-legged on the ground while the others formed a loose circle around her. It should have felt awkward, or exposing being the center of attention like Sis, but somehow it didn't. There was something oddly comforting about being surrounded by people shifters who knew what she was going through. Close your eyes, Jared instructed, his voice dropping into a lower register that seemed to resonate through Eva's bones. Breathe slowly. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Focus on the sensation of air moving through your lungs. Eva did as instructed, trying to ignore the way her ribs protested the deep breathing. In, out, in, out. Good. Now, I want you to imagine yourself standing at the edge of a forest. Your forest. Not this one, but someplace that exists only in your mind. What does it look like? Eva frowned, concentrating. Slowly, an image began to form behind her closed eyelids. Trees massive and ancient, their trunks wider than cars. The ground was covered in soft moss and fallen leaves. The air smelled like rain and growing things. It was the forest from her dream. She realized the one where she'd run on 4 legs beside a dark wolf with amber eyes. I see it, she whispered. Describe it to me, Eva did, her words coming slowly at first, but gaining confidence as the image sharpened. Jared asked questions. What color were the leaves? What did the air feel like? Could she hear water nearby? And with each answer, the forest became more real. Now, Jared said softly, I want you to step into that forest. Walk forward until you reach a clearing and wait there. Tell me when you arrive. Eva imagined herself moving through the trees, her feet silent on the moss-covered ground. The forest seemed to welcome her, the trees parting to reveal a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing was a pool of water, perfectly still and mirror-clear. I'm there, Eva said. Look into the water. Tell me what you see. Eva approached the pool in her mind's eye and looked down. Her reflection stared back at her, but it was wrong. The face was hers, but the eyes were different. Amber instead of brown, wild instead of cautious, and behind her reflection, barely visible in the water's surface, was the shadow of something else. Something with 4 legs and fur and teeth. I see myself, Eva said, her voice shaking slightly, but different, and there's something behind me. Something. Don't be afraid of it, Jared interrupted gently. That's your wolf, your other half. It's not separate from you. It is you, just a different shape, a different way of being. It's so big, Eva whispered. In the reflection, the wolf shadow was massive. Easily as large as the bear Jared had been when he'd rescued her. How can something that big fit inside me? Magic, Todd said, and there was amusement in his voice. Shifter bodies don't follow normal physics. When we change, mass is redistributed and supplemented by energy drawn from the veil. It's why shifting drains you at first. Your body hasn't learned to efficiently tap into that power source yet. Turn around, Jared instructed. In your mind, turn and face the wolf. Eva hesitated. Some primal part of her brain was screaming that turning your back to a predator was a terrible idea. But she forced herself to obey, imagining her dream self turning away from the pool to face whatever was behind her. The wolf was there, exactly as she'd sensed it. Enormous and powerful, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that matched her own amber gaze. It sat on its hunches, watching her with an intelligence that was deeply unsettling and strangely comforting at the same time. "What's it doing?" Jared asked. "Watching me. Just sitting there waiting." "Waiting for what?" Eva thought about it, studying the wolf in her mind's eye. It made no move to threaten her approach. Just waited, patient, and still like it had all the time in the world. Waiting for me to stop being afraid. Eva realized, waiting for me to accept it. "Yes," Jared said, and there was approval in his voice. "The first step to controlling the shift is accepting that your wolf isn't an enemy or a curse. It's part of who you are. Always has been, even before the suppression spell started breaking. You've just never been able to see it before." Eva stared at the wolf, her heart hammering. In her mind's forest, she took a tentative step forward. The wolf's ears perked up, but it didn't move otherwise. Another step, then another, until she was close enough to reach out and touch the thick fur of its shoulder. The moment her imaginary hand made contact, Eva gasped. A shock of sensation ran through her, not painful but overwhelming. She could feel everything the wolf felt. The strength coiled in its muscles, the sharpness of its senses, the wild joy of being utterly and completely free. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. "Eva," Jared's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Eva, you need to pull back now. Don't merge with it yet. You're not ready." But Eva didn't want to pull back. For the first time in her entire exhausting, difficult life, she felt powerful, capable, like she could do anything, be anything, and the world would have to move aside because she was a force of nature, and nothing could stop her. "Eva." Jared's voice was sharp now, cutting through the intoxicating sensation. "Pull back now." The command in his voice, the pure alpha authority, snapped Eva out of her trance. She stumbled backward in her mind's forest, breaking contact with the wolf. Immediately, the overwhelming sensations faded, leaving her feeling small and weak and utterly human again. Her eyes flew open, and she found herself back in the physical clearing, gasping for breath. Her hands were shaking, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Despite the cool morning air, Jared was crouched in front of her, his amber eyes boring into hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Are you with me? Eva, look at me." "Are you back?" "I'm back." Eva managed, though her voice sounded strange to her own ears. Rougher, more growly than normal. "What? What happened?" "You almost shifted," Terry said, and there was wonder in her voice. "Your eyes changed color." "Your hands started to," she gestured vaguely. "Change? For a second there, I thought you were going to complete the transformation." "That would have been very bad," Jared said, still not moving from his position in front of Eva. "Your body isn't ready for a full shift yet if you'd tried to force it. You could have gotten stuck halfway." "We might not have been able to pull you back." Eva's stomach dropped. "Stuck? As in permanently?" "As in, until we got a healer powerful enough to force you back into human shape," Norman clarified. "It's happened before with young shifters who try to shift before their bodies are ready. They get trapped between forms, half human, half animal, in constant agony. Some of them never recover." "Oh, God." Eva wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold despite the sunshine. "I almost if you hadn't stopped me, but I did stop you," Jared said firmly. His hands came up to grip her shoulders, grounding her. "You're fine. You're safe. This is exactly why we train, so you learn your limits before you accidentally exceed them." Eva nodded shakily, trying to slow her racing heart. But even as fear settled in, she couldn't forget how it had felt to touch her wolf. That sense of power, of freedom, of being more than she'd ever been before. It was addictive, dangerous, absolutely terrifying. And some part of Eva already wanted to feel it again. They took a break after that, everyone agreeing that Eva had had enough mental exercise for one morning. Norman produced sandwiches and water bottles from a cooler Eva hadn't noticed before, and the pack settled around the clearing to eat and decompress. "You did well," Jimmy said, settling down next to Eva. "Way better than I did on my first meditation session. I couldn't even visualize the forest, let alone meet my wolf." "Really?" Eva asked, grateful for the distraction from her lingering anxiety. "Really? Took me 3 weeks to get where you got in one session." Jimmy took a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. "Though to be fair, my transition was different. I was born human, turned by accident when I got attacked during a camping trip, spent the first month thinking I was cursed, and trying to find a way to reverse it." Eva blinked. "Wait, you weren't born a shifter." "Nope. Wrong place, wrong time, and a rogue wolf who didn't care about the rules against turning humans without permission." Jimmy's expression darkened. "The pack that found me wanted to kill me, said I was an abomination, a violation of the treaty. Jared's pack took me in instead, taught me control, gave me a purpose, saved my life basically." "So, not all shifters are born?" Eva asked, looking around at the others. "Most are," Terry said. "But not all. Sometimes humans get bitten or scratched during a shift, and the infection takes hold. Sometimes they're deliberately turned, though that's illegal, without council approval. And sometimes," she glanced at Jared, "sometimes the veil itself chooses someone, marks them as worthy, and gives them the gift whether they want it or not. The veil can do that." Eva's mind was reeling. Every answer spawned a dozen new questions. "The veil can do a lot of things we don't fully understand," Norman said, his deep voice thoughtful. "It's not just a place or a barrier between worlds. It's alive in a way, conscious, and it has its own agenda, its own rules. Most of us spend our whole lives trying to understand what it wants from us. And what about people like me?" Eva asked. "People who are born with shifter blood but raised human. Does that happen often?" The pack exchanged glances, and Eva got the distinct impression there was something they weren't telling her. "It's rare," Jared said finally, "very rare. The last documented case was your grandmother, and before that," he paused. "Before that, it was over a century ago. Shifters who choose to suppress their nature and live. As humans usually don't have children. The suppression magic makes conception nearly impossible. The fact that your grandmother managed to have a child at all is remarkable. That her child had a child is borderline miraculous. Or suspicious," Todd added, earning a sharp look from Jared. "What? I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. 2 generations of supposedly impossible pregnancies. That's not luck or coincidence. That's intervention." "Intervention from who?" Eva demanded, anxiety spiking again. "We don't know," Jared admitted. "But Todd's right. It is suspicious. Which is why I want you to tell me everything you know about your grandmother. Her full name, where she lived before you knew her, anything unusual she might have said or done, any enemies she mentioned, any friends who seemed more than human." Eva thought back, trying to dredge up memories from a childhood that felt increasingly distant and unreal. Her full name was Ernestine Whitaker, but she went by Tina with her human friends. She lived in Riverside her whole life, or at least that's what she told me. She worked as a seamstress, made custom clothing for people, nothing unusual that I can remember. "Did she have the compass when you knew her?" Terry asked. "Or did she give it to you later?" "She always wore it," Eva said, touching her throat where the necklace used to hang. The skin there still felt naked and wrong without it. "Said it was a family heirloom, passed down through generations. She gave it to me the night before she died, told me to keep it safe and never take it off." "Did she say why?" Jared's eyes were intent, just that it would keep me safe. "That as long as I wore it, I'd always be able to find my way home." Eva's voice cracked slightly. "I wore it every day for 3 months. And the one night I needed it most, it got stolen by men who were sent by." She stopped, realization hitting her like a physical blow. "By Elmer." She finished slowly. "Elmer sent those men to steal the compass." "But why?" "It's just a piece of silver jewelry. What could he possibly want with it?" The silence that followed her question was heavy and uncomfortable. Finally, Norman cleared his throat. "It's not just jewelry," he said quietly. "Ava, that compass was forged by the veil itself, back when shifters and humans first learned to coexist. There are only 3 in existence, and each one serves as a key." "A key to what?" Eva whispered. Though part of her already knew she wasn't going to like the answer, Jared's expression was grim. "To the heart of the veil, the source of all shifter magic, the place where our power originates and where, according to legend, the balance between our world and the human world is maintained. And Elmer wants access to it." Eva said, pieces clicking into horrible place. "That's why he wanted my grandmother's bloodline. Not just to reclaim what she stole, but because I'm connected to the compass. I'm connected to the heart." "We think so." "Yes," Jared confirmed. "The compass doesn't just point to a location. It points to the person who's meant to protect that location. Your grandmother was a guardian once before she left the Northern Pack. When she took the potion to suppress her shifter nature, she should have lost that connection. But somehow she passed it to her descendants instead. To your mother and then to you." Eva's hands were shaking again. "So I'm not just a half-trash shifter caught between 2 packs. I'm what? The key to some kind of magical power source that could destroy everything if it falls into the wrong hands." "Pretty much, yeah," Todd said, then winced when Terry smacked his arm. "What?" she asked. "We don't know for certain that's what Elmer wants," Terry said quickly. "It's just a theory. He might just want revenge for your grandmother's betrayal, or to use you as leverage against Jared. Or he wants exactly what we think he wants." Stephanie's voice cut through the clearing, cold and sharp. Everyone turned to see her emerging from the treeing, her expression harder than Eva had ever seen it. She walked toward them with measured steps, and Eva noticed she was wearing different clothes, travel gear, with mud on her boots and leaves in her hair. "Where have you been?" Jared asked, his alpha authority clear in his tone. Following up on a hunch, Stephanie said, "Tracking some of Elmer's pack members to see what they've been doing since their little visit." She stopped in front of the group, her storm-gay eyes finding Eva. "Turns out they've been very busy raiding old Guardian sites, stealing artifacts from protected territories, and, most concerning, making contact with a black market dealer who specializes in binding breaking spells and forced transformations." The implication was clear and terrifying. "He's going to try to force my transformation," Eva said, her voice flat. "Speed up the process so I can access whatever connection I have to the heart before I'm ready to control it." "That's our theory," Stephanie confirmed, "which means we have less time than we thought. The 60-day grace period doesn't matter if Elmer decides to take you by force before then." Jared's expression went absolutely cold, more frightening than Eva had ever seen him when he spoke. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it cut through the clearing like a blade. "Then we accelerate Eva's training. Push harder, move faster. By the time Elmer makes his move, she needs to be able to defend herself, needs to be able to shift and fight and survive on her own if necessary." "That's dangerous," Norman warned. "Pushing too hard could." "I know what it could do," Jared interrupted. "But leaving her vulnerable is more dangerous. Elmer's not going to play by the rules anymore. We can't afford to either." He turned to Eva, and the intensity in his amber eyes made her breath catch. "I need you to trust me," he said quietly. "What we're about to put you through, it's going to be hard. Harder than anything you've ever experienced. There will be pain and fear and moments when you want to give up. But I promise you, if you trust me, if you trust the pack, we will get you through this. We will make you strong enough to survive whatever comes next." Eva looked around at the faces surrounding her. Jimmy, who understood what it was like to be thrust into this world unprepared. Terry, whose kindness had been a lifeline. Norman, solid and dependable. Todd, with his easy humor that made impossible things seem manageable. Even Stephanie, who might not like Eva, but was clearly willing to protect her anyway, and Jared, who had saved her life and risked everything to keep her safe. These people, these shifters, they weren't just offering to train her. They were offering to be her pack, her family, the thing Eva had been missing her entire life without knowing it. "Okay," she said, her voice stronger than she felt. "Okay, I trust you. Teach me what I need to know." Jared's expression softened slightly, something like relief flickering across his face. "Then let's begin. Really begin. Because Eva Thompson, waitress and survivor, by the time we're done, you're going to be someone even Elmer Kerr thinks twice about threatening." Eva squared her shoulders, ignoring the lingering pain in her ribs and the fear churning in her gut. She'd survived poverty, survived violence, survived being left to die on a dark road. She could survive this too, she had to. Chapter 7, Breaking Point. The training began in earnest the next morning, and Eva quickly learned that accelerated was a polite way of saying absolutely brutal. She woke before dawn to find Terry standing over her bed, already dressed in workout clothes and looking far too cheerful for the pre-rise hour. "Rise and shine," Terry said, pulling back the curtains to reveal a sky just beginning to lighten. "We've got a 5-meter run before breakfast." Eva groaned, every muscle in her body protesting. Yesterday's meditation session had seemed harmless enough, but apparently nearly shifting took a physical toll. She was only now feeling. 5 meters. I can barely make it to the bathroom. Your body's adjusting to the shifter metabolism, Terry explained, already heading for the door. You're burning through calories faster than normal, which means you need more fuel and more conditioning. Plus, running helps you connect with your wolf instincts. Trust me, it gets easier. It did not get easier. Eva made it maybe half a mile before her lungs were burning and her legs felt like lead. Terry stayed beside her the whole time, matching her pace despite clearly being capable of moving much faster. "Don't think about the distance," Terry coached as Eva stumbled over a root. "Just focus on the next step, then the next one. Shifters are built for endurance. You just have to teach your body to access that strength." "My body," Eva gasped out, "is screaming that this is a terrible idea." "Your human body is," Terry corrected. "Your wolf body is loving this. Can't you feel it? That restless energy under your skin, wanting to break free and really run." Eva wanted to say no, but the truth was, she could feel it. A coiled tension in her muscles, a voice in the back of her mind, whispering that 4 legs would be faster than 2, that fur would be warmer than sweat-soaked clothes, that the forest was hers if she'd just reach out and claim it. By the time they made it back to the den house, Eva was ready to collapse. Instead, she found Norman waiting with a staff made of smooth, dark wood. "No rest yet," he said, tossing her the staff. Eva caught it on instinct, surprised by how perfectly balanced it felt in her hands. "Combat training starts now." "I can barely stand," Eva protested. "Good," Norman said, picking up his own staff twice as thick as hers and carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the early morning light. "Fighting when you're exhausted is when you learn what you're really made of. When you're fresh and rested, anyone can throw a punch. But when your body's screaming to quit and your mind's foggy with fatigue, that's when you discover whether you're a survivor or a victim." The words stung, probably because they were meant to. Eva straightened, gripping the staff tighter. "Fine," she said. "Teach me." Norman smiled a fierce, approving expression. "Stance first, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. Staff held like this," he demonstrated, and Eva copied his position as best she could. "Good. Now, the first thing you need to understand about fighting as a shifter. We don't fight like humans. We're stronger, faster, and we heal from injuries that would kill normal people. That means the rules are different." He moved suddenly, his staff a blur as it swept toward Eva's legs. She barely managed to jump back in time. "Rule 1, Norman continued, not pausing his assault. "Always be moving. A stationary target is a dead target." Eva scrambled backward as he advanced. her staff coming up instinctively to block another strike. The impact jarred her arms, sending shock waves through her already exhausted muscles. Rule 2, Norman said, shifting his attack to come from the side. Use your opponent's strength against them. I'm bigger than you, stronger than you. If you try to match my power directly, you'll lose. But if you redirect my momentum, he demonstrated, his staff whistling past Eva's shoulder as she twisted away. You make me work against myself. They drilled for what felt like hours, though Eva's watch said it had only been 45 minutes. Block, parry, dodge, strike, over and over until her hands were blistered and her arms trembled with fatigue. Enough, Norman finally said, lowering his staff. You did well, better than I expected for your first session. Eva collapsed onto the grass, gasping. That was torture. That was basics, Norman corrected. Tomorrow we add actual combat scenarios, but for now, he offered her a hand up, which Eva gratefully accepted. Breakfast. Then you have lessons with Jared on pack law and shifter politics. Of course I do, Eva muttered. But she followed Norman back to the den house, too hungry to complain properly. Breakfast was a chaotic affair, with the whole pack gathered around a massive wooden table that looked like it had been hewn from a single tree. Eva had never seen so much food in one place: eggs, bacon, sausages, pancakes, fruit, and what appeared to be an entire loaf of freshly baked bread. Eat, Rebecca commanded, pushing a plate piled high with food toward Eva. You're burning through calories at an accelerated rate. If you don't eat enough, your body will start breaking down muscle for fuel, and that's counterproductive to training. Eva didn't need to be told twice. She dug in, surprised by how ravenous she was, despite having eaten dinner only hours ago. Around her, the pack ate with similar enthusiasm, conversations flowing easily. Heard from the Eastern Border Patrol. Todd was saying to Stephanie, "No sign of Northern pack activity, but there's definitely been someone scouting the perimeter, found tracks and sent markers that don't belong to any of our usual visitors." "Elmer's testing our defenses," Stefani said darkly, "seeing how closely we're watching our borders, looking for weak points." "Then we double the patrols," Jared said from the head of the table. His plate was barely touched. Eva noticed. He'd been mostly watching the others eat, his expression distant and troubled. "Rotate teams every 6 hours. No one goes alone, and everyone carries the emergency beacons. If Elmer or any of his pack crosses our borders without permission, I want to know immediately." "That's going to stretch us thin," Norman pointed out. "We're not a large pack. We've got 11 active members against Elmer's 40? 43 as of last count," Stefani corrected grimly. "He's been recruiting aggressively over the past year. Young shifters, mostly ones who are angry at the council's restrictions and eager to prove themselves." The numbers made Eva's stomach clench. 11 against 43. Those were terrible odds, even for supernaturally strong shapeshifters. "We're not trying to win a war," Jared said firmly. "We're trying to protect one person for 60 days. Different objective, different strategy. And if protecting her starts a war anyway," Stephanie challenged. "If Elmer decides the treaty isn't worth respecting and attacks us directly, then we fight," Jared said simply. "And we hope the council intervenes before anyone dies." The casual way he discussed potential death made Eva's food turn to ash in her mouth. These people were talking about dying for her because of her. Because her grandmother had made choices 60 years ago that Eva was now paying for. "Stop," Jared said quietly, and it took Eva a moment to realize he was talking to her. "Whatever you're thinking right now, stop." "You don't know what I'm thinking," Eva said, but her voice lacked conviction. "You're thinking this is your fault," Jared said, his amber eyes seeing right through her. "That we're in danger because of choices you didn't make. Protecting a person you're not sure is worth protecting. You're feeling guilty and responsible and like maybe everyone would be better off if you'd just died on that road." Eva flinched. He was right. He was completely, absolutely right. And hearing it said out loud made the guilt even worse. Let me be very clear, Jared continued, his voice taking on that alpha authority that made everyone at the table sit up straighter. Your grandmother's choices were hers, not yours. Elmer's actions are his, not yours. The situation we're in exists because powerful people made decisions for their own reasons, none of which have anything to do with your worth as a person. You are not responsible for the sins of your bloodline. But I'm still the reason you're all in danger, Eva said quietly. No, Terry interjected. Elmer is the reason we're in danger. He's the one breaking the treaty, hiring humans to attack you, plotting to raid the heart of the Vale. You're just the excuse he's using. If it wasn't you, it would be something else. Someone else. Elmer's been looking for a reason to challenge the established order for years. You happen to be convenient. She's right, Todd added. I've been watching Northern Pack politics for a while now. Elmer's ambitious, hungry for power, and he's been testing boundaries long before you showed up. This was always going to come to a head eventually, and when it does, Norman said, his deep voice rumbling with certainty. Well, be ready, because that's what packs do. We stand together, we fight together, and we protect our own. You're ours now, Eva, which means your battles are our battles. Eva felt tears burning behind her eyes, but refused to let them fall. I don't understand why. Why you'd risk everything for someone you barely know. Because Jared vouched for you, Jimmy said simply. And we trust Jared. If he says you're worth protecting, then you are. It's that simple. Plus, Todd added with a grin, you've got guts. Anyone who can stare down Elmer Kerr without pissing themselves has earned my respect. Despite everything, Eva found herself smiling. These people, these shifters who'd been strangers less than a week ago, were offering her something she'd never had before. Not just protection, but belonging. Family, thank you, she said, her voice rough with emotion. I don't know how I'll ever repay. You already are, Jared interrupted. By learning, by training, by becoming strong enough to stand on your own. That's all the payment we need. After breakfast, Eva found herself in Jared's office, a surprisingly normal room lined with bookshelves and dominated by a massive desk covered in papers. Jared gestured for her to sit, then settled into the chair across from her with a leather-bound book that looked ancient. Pack law and shifter politics, he said without preamble. What do you know? Absolutely nothing, Eva admitted. Good. That makes teaching easier. Jared opened the book, revealing pages covered in elegant handwriting and detailed illustrations. The first thing you need to understand is that shifter society is built on 3 pillars: territory, hierarchy, and the treaty. Everything else stems from those foundations. For the next 2 hours, Jared walked Eva through the complex web of rules and traditions that govern shifter life. She learned that territories were sacred, that crossing pack borders without permission was grounds for execution, that alpha authority was absolute within a pack, but could be challenged through ritual combat, that the treaty Elmer kept referencing was actually a series of agreements, negotiated over centuries, designed to keep peace between different shifter species and prevent humans from discovering their existence. There are more than just werewolves, Eva asked, startled by an illustration showing what appeared to be a massive bird with human eyes. Much more, Jared confirmed. Bears like I am, wolves like you'll be, great cats, lions, tigers, leopards, birds of prey, even some aquatic shifters, though they tend to stay away from landlocked territories. Each species has its own traditions and power structures. But we all answer to the Council, which is a governing body, made up of representatives from each major shifter species. They settle disputes, enforce the treaty, and make decisions about how we interact with the human world. Jared's expression darkened. They're also notoriously slow to act, which is why Elmer's been able to push boundaries without consequence. By the time the Council investigates and makes a ruling, Whatever damage he's done is usually already complete. Can they stop him from challenging you? Eva asked hopefully. No. Challenge rights are protected under the oldest laws we have. If an alpha believes another alpha has wronged them or their pack, they have the right to demand satisfaction through combat. The council can observe and judge the outcome, but they can't prevent the challenge from happening. Eva's heart sank. So, in 60 days, you're really going to have to fight him, unless you choose to join the Northern Pack. Willingly, Jared said carefully. That would nullify Elmer's challenge grounds. He'd have what he wanted, you and your connection to the heart, and I'd be alive to protect my pack. From a purely strategic standpoint, it's the safest option. Safest for who? Eva demanded. Not for me. You said yourself, Elmer's dangerous and ambitious. If I join his pack, I'd be completely under his control. He could force me to shift, force me to access the heart, force me to do whatever he wants. Yes, Jared agreed quietly. He could, which is why I'm not recommending that option. I'm just making sure you know it exists. Eva studied his face, seeing the tension in his jaw, the shadows under his eyes. You haven't been sleeping. There's too much to do, Jared said, deflecting. You're worried, Eva pressed, about the challenge, about whether you can win. Jared was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed, setting the book aside. Elmer Kerr is one of the most powerful full alphas in the region. He's older than me, more experienced, and he survived challenges from shifters who were supposedly stronger than him. The smart bet is that he'll win. Then why? Because it's the right thing to do. Jared interrupted. Because your grandmother saved my life once, and I owe her bloodline a debt. Because you deserve better than being used as a weapon by someone like Elmer. And because, he paused, seeming to struggle with his words. Because when I found you on that road, broken and bleeding, and still thanking me for not letting you die alone, I saw myself. 20 years ago, when I was young and stupid, and got myself nearly killed by a rival pack, your grandmother found me, healed me, kept me safe until my own pack could retrieve me. She didn't have to. I was nobody to her, just another shifter from another pack. But she did it anyway because she believed in protecting those weaker than herself. His amber eyes met Eva's, and she saw the weight of old debts and older honor in them. You're her legacy, Jared said simply. The last piece of her that exists in this world. And I'll be damned if I let Elmer Kerr corrupt that legacy for his own ambition. Eva's throat was tight. I don't want you to die for me. Then get stronger, Jared said, a hint of his usual firmness returning. Strong enough that I don't have to die. Strong enough to stand beside me when Elmer comes instead of behind me. Can you do that? Eva thought about everything she'd been through in the past week. The attack, the pain, the impossible revelations, the brutal training. Every part of her was screaming to run, to hide, to go back to being invisible and safe. But she wasn't safe. She'd never really been safe. She'd just been lucky enough not to notice all the ways the world was trying to destroy her. Yes, Eva said, her voice steady. I can do that. Jared's expression softened into something almost like pride. Good, then let's continue. You need to understand pack challenges and what exactly I'll be facing when a sharp knock on the door interrupted him. Stephanie entered without waiting for permission, her expression urgent. We've got a problem, she said. Big one. Rebecca just got a message from her contacts in the neutral zones. There's been a theft. Jared was on his feet immediately. What kind of theft? The dangerous kind. Stefani's storm-gray eyes found Eva. Someone broke into the repository of forgotten things and stole a binding breaker stone, the kind that can shatter even the strongest suppression spells from a distance. Eva's blood went cold. Elmer, almost certainly, Stefani confirmed. And if he has that stone, he doesn't need to wait for your suppression spell to break naturally. He can force your transformation whenever he wants, regardless of whether you're ready or where you are. Jared swore viciously. How long until he can use it? The stone needs to be charged with the target's blood or personal essence, Stephanie explained. Usually take 3 days of ritual preparation, maybe less if Elmer has a powerful enough witch helping him. He stole my compass. Eva realized horror dawning. It had my blood on it from when the chain broke. He doesn't need to capture me. He already has everything he needs to force my shift. Which means we have maybe 72 hours before Eva transforms whether she's ready or not, Jared said grimly. He turned to Eva, and his expression was deadly serious. We need to accelerate everything. No more gentle introduction, no more gradual conditioning. Starting right now, we push you as hard as we can and hope it's enough. What if it's not enough? Eva asked, fear making her voice small. What if I can't control it when it happens? Jared gripped her shoulders, forcing her to meet his eyes. Then we'll be there to guide you through it, all of us. You won't face this alone, Eva. I promise you that. Behind him, Stephanie's expression was troubled. Jared, if she shifts prematurely and can't control it, she could hurt someone. Could hurt herself. Maybe we should consider. No, Jared said flatly. We're not locking her up. We're not sedating her. And we're definitely not handing her over to Elmer. We train harder, we prepare better, and we trust that when the moment comes, Eva will be strong enough to survive it. And if that trust is misplaced, Stephanie challenged, then I'll take responsibility, Jared said. As alpha, as protector, as the one who made this choice, but we don't give up on her. Not now, not ever. The two of them stared at each other, some silent argument passing between them. Finally, Stephanie shook her head. I hope you're right about her, she said quietly. For all our sakes, then she was gone, leaving Eva alone with Jared and the crushing weight of everything that had just been revealed. 3 days, Eva said numbly. I have 3 days to learn what normally takes months. 2 days, Jared corrected. We need to assume Elmer will move faster than expected, which means today is crucial. Today, we push past your limits and find out what you're really capable of. He pulled her to her feet, and Eva saw the determination in his amber eyes. The absolute refusal to accept failure. Can I do this? Eva asked, hating how uncertain she sounded. Really? Am I strong enough? Jared was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, a fierce, wild expression that was more animal than human. Let's find out, he said. And Eva realized with startling clarity that the next 48 hours were going to determine whether she lived as a shifter or died as a human who couldn't handle the weight of her own bloodline. There was no middle ground anymore, no room for doubt or hesitation, just training and pain and the hope that when the moment came, she'd be ready. She had to be. Chapter 8. The Wolf Within. The next 48 hours blurred into a nightmarish cycle of pain, exhaustion, and moments of terrifying clarity. Norman woke Eva at 4 a.m. with combat drills that left her bleeding and bruised. Todd taught her about pack bonds and how to sense other shifters through the veil, a skill that made Eva's head pound and her vision swim. Rebecca forced healing tonics down her throat that tasted like dirt and burned like fire, but accelerated her recovery enough that she could train again within hours instead of days. And Jared pushed her harder than all of them combined. Again, he commanded as Eva collapsed on the training ground for the 5th time that morning. The sun was barely above the horizon, and she'd already been awake for 3 hours. Get up and try again. I can't. Eva gasped, her lungs burning. They'd been practicing the meditation technique, trying to help her touch her wolf without losing control. But every time she got close, fear would spike and she'd pull back, slamming mental walls between herself and the power coiling inside her. Can't or won't. Jared's voice was sharp, deliberately pushing her buttons. Because from where I'm standing, you keep choosing to stay weak, choosing to be a victim. Anger flared hot and bright in Eva's chest. Exactly what he wanted, she realized. He was trying to provoke her, trying to make her mad enough to push past her fear. I'm not weak, she snarled, forcing herself to her feet. Her legs shook, but she stayed upright through sheer spite. And I've never been a victim. I've survived everything life threw at me. By running, Jared interrupted. By making yourself small and invisible, and hoping the world wouldn't notice you long enough to hurt you. That's not strength, Eva. That's survival. And survival isn't enough anymore. Then what is? Eva demanded, her hands clenching into fists. What do you want from me? I want you to fight. Jared's voice rose to a roar that echoed through the clearing. I want you to stop being afraid of your own power and claim it. I want you to look at your wolf and see a weapon instead of a monster. Because in 48 hours, you're going to shift whether you're ready or not. And if you're still this terrified when it happens, you won't survive it. The words hit like physical blows. Eva staggered back, her breath coming in short gasps as panic clawed at her throat. You don't understand. You were born this way. You've always been. I've always been what? Jared cut her off, comfortable with my nature. At peace with being a monster? He laughed bitterly. I was 7 years old the first time I shifted. Eva, 7, and I was so terrified I ran into traffic and nearly got myself killed. Spent 3 days stuck halfway between forms, screaming every time my bones tried to shift one way or another. My pack had to sedate me just to force me back to human shape. Eva stared at him, shock cutting through her anger. Every shifter has a story like that. Jared continued, his voice quieter now, but no less intense. Every single one of us has been where you are, terrified and overwhelmed and convinced we can't do this. But we did it anyway. We pushed through the fear because the alternative was death or madness. And you will too, Eva, because you're stronger than you think you are. How can you know that? Eva whispered. You barely know me. I know you survived being beaten and left for dead, Jared said, moving closer until he was right in front of her. I know you stared down one of the most powerful alphas in the region without breaking. I know you're training yourself to exhaustion every day despite being terrified, because you refuse to be helpless again. That's not weakness, Eva. That's steel wrapped in skin. His hands came up to frame her face, forcing her to meet his amber eyes. The touch was gentle despite the intensity of his words. Your grandmother was the strongest person I ever met, Jared said softly. She gave up everything, her pack, her power, her very nature to protect the man she loved and the family she chose to build. That strength runs in your blood. I see it every time you refuse to give up. Every time you push yourself past what you think are your limits. You just need to see it too. Eva's throat was tight with unshed tears. What if I can't? What if, when the moment comes, I'm not? You will be, Jared said with absolute certainty. Now close your eyes. We're trying again. And this time, when you touch your wolf, I want you to hold on. Don't pull back. Let me guide you. What if I shift? Eva asked, fear making her voice tremble. Then you shift, Jared said simply. And I'll be right here to help you through it. You're not alone in this, Eva. You never will be again. Eva wanted to argue, wanted to find a reason to delay, but she could see the clock ticking in Jared's eyes. They were out of time, out of options. She closed her eyes. The forest appeared immediately. Now, she'd been practicing so much that the visualization came easily. The clearing, the pool, the massive wolf waiting patiently for her to stop being afraid. Trust him, her grandmother's voice whispered from somewhere deep in Eva's memory. Trust yourself. Eva walked forward in her mind's eye, each step bringing her closer to the wolf. It watched her approach with those uncanny amber eyes that matched her own, making no move to threaten or flee, just waiting. I'm scared, Eva whispered, both in her mind and aloud. I know, Jared's voice replied, somehow present in both worlds at once. Fear is natural. Fear keeps you alive, but you can't let it control you. Fear is a tool, not a master. Eva reached out, her imaginary hand trembling as it touched the wolf's shoulder. The moment of contact sent that same electric shock through her system, overwhelming sensation, heightened awareness, the feeling of power just waiting to be claimed. But this time she didn't pull back. This time she leaned into it. The wolf's consciousness brushed against hers, and Eva gasped at the sheer otherness of it. It thought differently, all instinct and sensation. No words or complex as reasoning, just an overwhelming awareness of scent and sound and movement. The forest was alive in ways Eva had never imagined, every tree and bush and creature broadcasting its presence through smell and vibration. This is what you could be, the wolf seemed to say without words. This is what you are underneath, all that fear and doubt. Wild, free, powerful. Show me, Eva whispered. Show me how. The wolf's response was immediate. It pressed closer, and suddenly Eva could feel the mechanics of the shift. How bones could bend in ways that shouldn't be possible. How muscles could elongate and redistribute. How human and animal could occupy the same space through sheer will and veil, given magic. It was beautiful and terrifying and absolutely impossible. Eva held on anyway. Time lost meaning. She could have been connected to her wolf for seconds or hours. She couldn't tell. All she knew was that gradually the overwhelming sensations began to make sense. The chaos resolved into patterns. The impossible became merely difficult. And for just a moment, one perfect crystalline moment, Eva felt what it would be like to run on 4 legs through a forest that knew her name. Then Jared's voice cut through the connection. That's enough. Pull back now. It was harder this time. The wolf didn't want to let go, and Eva realized with a start that she didn't want to let go either. The power, the freedom, it was intoxicating. Eva. Jared's voice was sharp with command. Pull back now. The alpha authority in his tone snapped something in Eva's mind like a rubber band. She yanked herself backward, breaking the connection so suddenly she actually fell in the physical world, gasping and disoriented. Strong arms caught her before she hit the ground. Jared holding her steady while the world spun, and her vision tried to decide whether she was seeing through human eyes or wolf eyes. Breathe, Jared commanded, slow and steady. Ground yourself in this body, this form. You're human right now, human. Eva focused on his voice, using it as an anchor. Gradually, the vertigo faded. The dual vision resolved back to normal. She was herself again, just Eva, just human, just a woman who was absolutely terrified of what she just experienced. I felt it, she whispered, her voice shaking. Really felt it. I could have shifted right then if you just let go of control entirely, Jared finished. Yes, you were on the edge. Another few seconds and you would have transformed. Why did you stop me? Part of Eva was grateful. But another part, the part that had touched the wolf, was angry at being pulled back from that precipice. Because you weren't ready, Jared said, helping her sit up. You can touch your wolf now, feel its power, but you can't control it yet. If you'd shifted, you would have been stuck in wolf form until we forced you back. And forced transformations are traumatic. They damage the connection between your human and animal sides, making future shifts harder and more painful. So, when do I get to be ready? Eva demanded, frustration boiling over. We have maybe 40 hours left before Elmer forces the shift anyway. How am I supposed to learn control in that time? By trusting the process, Jared said firmly. You've made more progress in 4 days than most shifters make in weeks. You can visualize your wolf. Touch it. Feel its power. Now you need to learn to merge with it consciously instead of losing yourself in it. And how do I do that? Jared's expression was troubled. There's a technique, an old one from before the treaty. It's dangerous and it's painful, but it's the fastest way to force a shifter to learn control. What technique? Eva asked wearily. A hunt, Jared said. We take you deep into the Vale, the real Vale, not just the borderlands where the den house sits. We find prey something dangerous enough that you'll have to shift to survive, and then we see if your instincts are strong enough to guide you through your first transformation. Eva's blood went cold. That's insane. What if I can't shift? What if I die? Then you die, Jared said bluntly. But you were going to die anyway if Elmer gets his hands on you. At least this way you have a fighting chance, Jared. No. Stephanie's voice cut across the clearing. Eva turned to see her approaching, her expression furious. You are not taking an untrained shifter into the deep vale for a hunt. That's suicide. It's necessary. Jared countered. It's reckless. Stephanie stopped in front of him, getting right in his face, despite him being nearly a foot taller. She could get lost in the shift and never come back. Could go feral and attack us. Could shift into some nightmare hybrid form and be stuck that way forever. There are a dozen ways this could go catastrophically wrong, and if we don't do it, Elmer forces her shift in 2 days, and all those things happen anyway. Jared's voice rose to match hers. At least this way, we're there to guide her, to pull her back if things go wrong. It's a risk, but it's a calculated one. Calculated? Stephanie laughed bitterly. You're gambling with her life because you feel guilty about a debt from 20 years ago. That's not calculation, and that sentiment clouding your judgment. My judgment is sound, Jared said coldly. And as Alpha, this is my decision to make. Then make it as Alpha, Stephanie shot back. Call a pack council. Let everyone vote on whether this insane plan is worth the risk, because if something goes wrong, if she dies or goes feral or gets one of us killed trying to save her, that's on all of us, not just you. The two of them stared at each other, and Eva could feel the tension crackling between them. Pack bonds, she'd learned, were complicated, built on trust and respect, but also capable of fracturing under pressure. Right now, watching Jared and Stephanie face off, Eva could see those bonds straining. Fine, Jared said finally. We'll call a council. Tonight, let the pack decide. Good, Stephanie said, her voice clipped. Then she turned to Eva, and her expression softened slightly. I'm not trying to be cruel. I just don't want to watch another person die because our Alpha's protective instincts override his common sense. Another person? Eva asked. Stephanie's jaw tightened. Ask Jared about Lel. Rutherford sometime. Ask him what happens when sentiment leads to bad decisions. Then she was gone, stalking back toward the den house with her shoulders rigid. Eva turned to Jared. Who's Lowell Rutherford? One of the men who attacked you. Jared said, his voice flat. He used to be Pack. My Pack. I recruited him 5 years ago. A young shifter who'd been turned against his will and abandoned by his maker. He had a hard time adjusting, couldn't control his shifts, was prone to violence. But I thought I could help him. Thought with enough time and training he'd learned control. What happened? Eva asked, though she had a sinking feeling she already knew. He got worse instead of better, Jared said quietly. The wolf took over more and more until there was barely anything human left. He started hunting alone, ignoring pack boundaries, attacking humans. I kept making excuses for him, kept trying to bring him back until the night he killed someone. Eva's breath caught. A hiker, Jared continued, his voice heavy with old guilt. Wrong place, wrong time. Lowell lost control during a full moon and tore them apart. The council demanded justice. Either Lel had to be put down or I had to exile him from Packlands. I chose exile, thinking maybe away from us he'd find peace. But he didn't, Eva guessed. He found Elmer instead, Jared confirmed. Joined the Northern Pack, where his violent tendencies were encouraged rather than suppressed. And now he's one of Elmer's enforcers, one of the men who nearly killed you on Elmer's orders. The weight of that revelation settled over Eva like a shroud. Stephanie thinks I'm another Lel, someone you're trying to save who can't be saved. Stephanie thinks I let my emotions override my judgment, Jared corrected. And she's not entirely wrong. I do have a tendency to take in strays and broken things, hoping I can fix them. But you're not low, Eva. You're not violent or unstable. You're just scared. And fear can be overcome, can it? Eva asked quietly. Or am I just fooling myself? Maybe Elmer's right. Maybe I should join his pack. Let him control my transformation. Stop putting all of you at risk for someone who might not be worth saving. Jared's hands gripped her shoulders, his amber eyes boring into hers with frightening intensity. Don't you dare. Don't you dare give up now. Not after everything you fought through. You are worth saving, Eva Thompson. You're worth the risk and the danger, and every second I've spent training you. Do you understand me? I want to, Eva whispered. But I don't know how to believe it. Then believe in me, Jared said. Believe that I wouldn't risk my pack, my life, my honor, for someone who wasn't worth it. Believe that when I look at you, I see your grandmother's strength and courage and stubborn refusal to accept defeat. You are Ernestine Whitaker's legacy. And legacies like that don't break, they bend, they adapt, and they survive. Eva felt tears streaming down her face. Hot and unstoppable. I'm so scared. Good, Jared said, pulling her into an embrace that felt like safety and home and everything she'd never had before. Fear means you're alive. Fear means you care about what happens next. Use it, Eva. Let it fuel you instead of paralyze you. Eva buried her face in his chest, breathing in the scent of pine and earth and something uniquely him. For just a moment, she let herself be weak, let herself lean on someone else's strength. Then she pulled back, wiping her eyes, and squared her shoulders. When's the pack council? She asked. Tonight at sunset, Jared said. And Eva, whatever they decide. Know that I'm proud of you. You've come further in 4 days than anyone had a right to expect. Regardless of what happens next, you've already proven you're a survivor. Surviving isn't enough, Eva said, echoing his earlier words. You said so yourself, so let's make sure I become more than that. The pack council gathered as the sun set, turning the sky into streaks of orange and gold. Everyone was there, Stephanie. Norman, Todd, Terry, Jimmy, Rebecca, and 4 other pack members Eva had only met in passing. They formed a circle in the main hall of the den house with Jared at one end and Eva at the other. You all know why we're here. Jared began without preamble. Eva's suppression spell is breaking faster than anticipated. In approximately 40 hours, Elmer Kerr will use a binding breaker stone to force her transformation regardless of whether she's ready. I'm proposing we take her into the deep vale for a controlled hunt. Give her the opportunity to shift on her own terms before Elmer can use her as a weapon. It's too dangerous, Stephanie said immediately. She's had 4 days of training. 4 days. Most shifters need months before their first controlled shift. Taking her into the deep vale is asking for disaster. What's the alternative? Todd challenged. Let Elmer force the shift. That's guaranteed to be a disaster. The alternative is we call the council. A grizzled older man Eva didn't know said. His name was Raphael Berry. She remembered Pack Elder and one of the longest-serving members. Let them handle Elmer's violation of the treaty. Take this out of our hands entirely. The council won't move fast enough. Jared said, by the time they investigate and rule, Eva will already have shifted, and Elmer will already have used her connection to the heart for whatever he's planning. Then we lock her down. Another voice suggested a woman with sharp features and calculating eyes. Nadia Myers, Eva recalled. Sedate her, bind her, keep her contained until the council can intervene. It's not ideal, but it keeps everyone safe. That's barbaric, Terry protested. She's not a prisoner. She's one of us. She's not one of us yet, Nadia countered. She hasn't chosen a pack, hasn't sworn allegiance, hasn't even successfully shifted. Legally, she's a human with dormant shifter blood. We have no obligation to risk ourselves for her. Obligation? Jimmy's voice was hot with anger. What about basic decency? What about not abandoning someone when they need help? I thought that's what pack meant. Pack means protecting our own. Nadia shot back. And she's not our own. Not really. She's a liability that walked into our territory and brought our enemies down on us. Enough. Jared's voice cut through the arguing, carrying that alpha authority that made everyone fall silent. We're not going to debate Eva's worth as a person. The question before us is simple. Do we give her the chance to shift on her own terms through a controlled hunt? Or do we take more defensive measures? I need a vote. The pack members exchanged glances, silent conversations happening through looks and subtle shifts in posture. Eva stood frozen, barely breathing as these people, these strangers, who'd become something more, decided her fate. "I vote for the hunt," Terry said firmly. "Eva's proven herself. She deserves a real chance." "I'm with Terry," Todd added. "Risk beats certainty of failure every time." "Hunt," Jimmy said simply. "I vote for containment," Nadia said. "I'm sorry, but I can't support risking pack lives for an uncertain outcome." "Containment," Raphael agreed reluctantly. "I understand the sentiment, but the odds are too poor." One by one, the pack members voted. The split was almost even 5 for the hunt, 4 for containment, with only 2 members left to vote. Norman stood, his massive frame radiating certainty. "I've seen a lot of first shifts in my years, some smooth, some violent, all unpredictable. But I've also seen what happens when someone's forced to shift against their will. It breaks something essential, leaves scars that never fully heal. I vote for the hunt. Let Eva choose her own transformation, even if it means risking failure." All eyes turned to Stephanie, the final vote, the one that would decide everything. Stephanie looked at Eva for a long moment, her storm gray eyes unreadable. Then she looked at Jared, and something complicated passed between them. "I think this is a mistake," Stephanie said finally. "I think you're letting guilt over Ernestine cloud your judgment about her granddaughter. I think we're risking too much for too little guaranteed return." She paused, and Isfa's heart sank. But Stephanie continued, "I also know that sometimes the right choice and the safe choice aren't the same thing. And I trust Jared even when I disagree with him. Even when I think he's wrong, I trust his instincts about people. He's never led us astray before." She took a deep breath. "I vote for the hunt. May the Veil have mercy on us all." The decision was made 6-5 in favor of the hunt. Eva felt like she might throw up. "Thank you," Jared said quietly, and Eva could hear the relief in his voice. "We leave at dawn. Everyone else, double the perimeter patrols, and prepare for the possibility that Elmer might try something while we're gone. Stephanie, you're in command while I'm away." The pack began to disperse, but Eva stayed frozen in place, the weight of what was about to happen crushing down on her. Tomorrow, she would either become a shifter or die trying. There was no third option anymore. Chapter 9. The Hunt. Eva didn't sleep that night. She lay in the healing room, staring at the painted ceiling with its constellation of false stars, and tried not to think about all the ways tomorrow could go catastrophically wrong. Her mind kept cycling through the possibilities, getting lost in the shift and never coming back, attacking the pack members trying to help her, dying halfway, through the transformation with her bones broken and her body torn between 2 forms. Around 3 a.m., she gave up on sleep entirely and went to the kitchen, hoping tea or warm milk or something might settle her racing thoughts. Instead, she found Rebecca sitting at the massive wooden table, a cup of something steaming in front of her and an old leather journal open in her hands. "Couldn't sleep either?" Rebecca asked without looking up. How did you know I was here?" Eva asked, settling into a chair across from her. "Healer senses," Rebecca said with a slight smile. "I can feel the anxiety radiating off you from 3 rooms away. Plus, you're breathing like someone who's been awake for hours." She closed the journal and pushed it aside. "Want to talk about it?" "What's there to talk about?" Eva said, trying for levity and failing. "I'm going into the Deep Vale tomorrow to hunt something dangerous enough that I'll have to shift or die. Pretty straightforward." "Straightforward doesn't mean easy," Rebecca said. She stood and moved to the stove where a kettle was already heating. "I'm making Valiant tea. It won't knock you out, but it'll take the edge off the anxiety. You need at least a few hours of rest before dawn." Eva wanted to refuse, but the truth was, she was exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical training. "Thank you." Rebecca prepared 2 cups in silence, the only sound the whistle of the kettle and the clink of ceramics. When she finally sat back down, she pushed 1 cup toward Eva and wrapped her hands around the other. I was there when your grandmother left the northern pack, Rebecca said quietly. Did anyone tell you that? Eva's head snapped up. No, no one mentioned you knew her, healed her, argued with her about her decisions. Rebecca's smile was sad and fond. Ernestine was my closest friend for 15 years. When she told me she was going to take the suppression potion and leave everything behind for a human man, I thought she'd lost her mind. What changed your mind? Eva asked. I saw them together, Rebecca said simply. Your grandfather Thomas, his name was, he looked at Ernestine like she was the entire world. Not because she was powerful or could shift into a magnificent wolf, but because she was kind and funny and stubborn as hell. He loved her for who she was, not what she could do. And Ernestine, God, the way she lit up around him. I'd never seen her that happy, that free. Rebecca took a sip of her tea, her eyes distant with memory. The elders called it weakness. Said she was betraying her nature, abandoning her responsibilities. But I think it took more strength to walk away from everything she knew than it would have to stay. She gave up immortality, gave up the pack, gave up the ability to run on 4 legs under the full moon, all for a life with someone who would grow old and die while she barely aged. That's not weakness. That's love in its purest, most terrifying form. Did she regret it? Eva asked softly. In the end, never, Rebecca said with certainty. Not once in all the years I knew her afterward. Oh, she missed the running sometimes, missed the pack bonds and the feeling of the veil singing through her bones. But she had 50 years with Thomas, and they were good years, happy years. And when he died, she had her daughter, your mother, and eventually you. She told me once that she'd made a trade. Power for love, eternity for family, and she'd make that trade again 1,000 times. Eva felt tears burning behind her eyes. My mother never told me any of this. About grandmother being a shifter, about the northern pack, about any of it. Why? Because Ernestine made her promise not to. Rebecca said, your mother was human. Completely human. Whatever magic allowed Ernestine to have a child, despite the suppression potion, it didn't pass the shifter blood to her daughter. Ernestine thought the bloodline had ended safely, that her secret would die with her. She had no way of knowing that you would somehow inherit what your mother didn't. The Veil's intervention, Eva said, remembering what the pack had theorized. Someone or something wanted the bloodline to continue. Perhaps, Rebecca agreed. Or perhaps it was just the universe's sense of humor. Either way, here you are, Ernestine's granddaughter, carrying blood that shouldn't exist, about to face a transformation that terrifies you. How did you know I'm terrified? Eva asked weakly. Rebecca raised an eyebrow. Honey, everyone's terrified before their first shift. The ones who claim otherwise are either lying or too stupid to understand the danger. Fear is healthy. It keeps you cautious. Jared said, fear is a tool, not a master, Eva murmured. Jared's right, Rebecca said, but that doesn't make the fear less real. It just means you have to acknowledge it and move forward anyway. She leaned forward, her expression serious. Eva, I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to really hear it. Are you listening? Eva nodded, her throat too tight for words. Tomorrow, when you shift, and you will shift, I have no doubt about that. You're going to feel like you're dying, like your body is tearing itself apart and rebuilding wrong, like you're losing everything that makes you human and becoming something monstrous. Every instinct will scream at you to fight it, to claw your way back to your human form and never let go. Rebecca's hands tightened around her cup. Don't fight it. Don't resist. The more you struggle, the more painful it becomes, and the more likely something will go wrong. Instead, surrender. Let the change happen. Trust that your body knows what to do, even if your mind doesn't understand it. The shift isn't death, Eva. It's transformation. And transformation requires you to let go of what you were to become what you're meant to be. What if I can't let go? Eva whispered. What if I hold on too tight and get stuck? Then Jared will pull you back, Rebecca said. That's why he's going with you. He's strong enough to force you into one form or the other if necessary. It'll hurt like hell and leave you weak for days, but you'll survive. You'll get another chance. And if Elmer forces my shift before I can try again, Rebecca's expression darkened. Then we deal with that when it happens. But let's not borrow trouble from tomorrow. Right now, you need to drink your tea. Get a few hours of sleep, and trust that when the moment comes, you'll be strong enough to survive it. Eva wanted to argue, wanted to demand more assurances and guarantees, but Rebecca's steady gaze told her there were none to be had. This was the reality of being a shifter, danger and pain, and the constant risk of losing yourself to the wild thing inside. Did my grandmother tell you anything else? Eva asked any advice she'd want passed to me. Rebecca was quiet for a moment, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. She said, "If anything ever happened to her, if her secret was discovered or if you somehow inherited what she'd given up, I should tell you this. The compass doesn't just point to a place. It points to home. And home isn't a location or a pack or even a person. It's the space between who you were and who you're becoming. The place where fear and courage meet. That's where you'll find your strength. That's where the heart truly lives." The words settled over Eva like a blanket, cryptic, but somehow comforting. Her grandmother had somehow known that this moment might come, that Eva might need guidance from beyond the grave. "Thank you," Eva said softly, "for telling me, for knowing her, for being here now." "I made Ernestine a promise the night before she died," Rebecca said. "I promised that if her bloodline ever needed help, I'd be there. That's why I joined Jared's pack 8 years ago. I felt the veil stirring, felt something shifting in the balance. I didn't know it was you specifically, but I knew Ernestine's legacy wasn't finished. So, I waited." She smiled. "And here you are." Eva felt overwhelmed by the weight of all these people who'd been protecting her without her knowledge. Her grandmother, Rebecca, even Jared with his debt to a woman who'd saved his life decades ago. She'd spent so long feeling invisible and alone, and now she discovered she'd been watched over all along. "I won't waste it," Eva said, her voice firm despite her fear. "All these people who've protected me, all these chances I've been given, I won't waste them by being too scared to try." "Good girl," Rebecca said approvingly. "Now drink your tea and get some rest. Dawn comes early, and you're going to need every ounce of strength you can muster." Eva managed 3 hours of restless sleep before Terry woke her with the pre-dawn light barely touching the horizon. She dressed quickly in the clothes that had been laid out tough, flexible fabric that would tear away easily when she shifted, if she shifted, without binding or cutting her. The pack was already gathering in the clearing behind the den house. Jared stood at the center, dressed similarly to Eva in clothes meant for easy transformation. Norman and Todd flanked him, both carrying packs with supplies Eva couldn't identify. Stephanie stood slightly apart, her expression troubled but resolved. "Ready?" Jared asked as Eva approached. "No," Eva said honestly, "but I'm here anyway." "That's all we can ask," Jared said. He turned to address the others. "Stephanie, you have command while we're gone. If Elmer or any Northern Pack members cross our borders, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Send for us immediately." "Understood," Stephanie said. Then, surprising everyone, she stepped forward and gripped Eva's shoulder. "Come back alive, both of you. That's the plan," Eva said, trying for confidence she didn't feel. Then Jared gestured toward the tree, and they were moving Eva, Jared, Norman, and Todd, walking into the forest as the sky slowly lightened from black to gray to pale gold. "How far into the veil are we going?" Eva asked as they walked. "Far enough that the boundary between worlds is thin," Jared explained. "The deep veil is where shifter magic is strongest, where the impossible becomes possible. It's also where the most dangerous things live. Creatures that exist between forms, spirits that predate human civilization, and predators that make normal wolves look like house cats." Come forwarding, Eva muttered. We're not trying to comfort you, Norman said from behind them. We're trying to prepare you. The deep veil is beautiful and terrible in equal measure. You need to respect it, or it'll destroy you. They walked for hours, and Eva noticed the forest changing around them. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider, their branches twisted into impossible shapes. The air felt different, thicker, charged with something electric that made her skin tingle. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds more clear, and underneath everything was a hum, low and constant, like the world itself was singing. That's the veil's voice, Todd explained when Eva asked about the sound. Every shifter hears it differently. For me, it's like music complex and layered, always shifting. For others, it's more like a heartbeat or a whisper. What does it sound like to you? Eva listened carefully, trying to identify the strange sensation, like running water, but also whined through trees and something else I can't quite name. Your wolf's voice, Jared said. You're hearing the part of you that belongs to this place calling you deeper. Eva shivered despite the warmth of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. The deeper they went, the more she could feel something inside her, responding her wolf, getting excited, sensing that it was close to freedom. They stopped around midday in a clearing that looked like something from a fairy tale. The grass was impossibly green, dotted with flowers that seemed to glow faintly. A stream ran through the center, its water so clear Eva could see every stone on the bottom, and everywhere, absolutely everywhere, was that humming louder here, almost loud enough to drown out normal sound. This is a nexus point, Jared explained, a place where the veil's power concentrates. Shifting here will be easier, but also more dangerous. The magic is strong enough that it might take control if you're not careful. Fantastic, Eva said weakly. Norman and Todd immediately began unpacking their bags, setting out supplies, water, medical equipment, rope, and several items Eva couldn't identify. But that glowed with the same faint light as the flowers. Containment gear, Todd explained, noticing her look. If you shift and can't shift back, these will help us restrain you without hurting you until Rebecca can force the transformation. And if I go feral and attack you, Eva asked, then we subdue you, Norman said matter-of-factly. Non-lethally, if possible. But the pack's safety comes first. That's why we brought 4 people instead of just Jared. Someone needs to be able to pull him off you if he gets too protective and won't let us do what needs to be done. The casual way they discussed potentially having to hurt or kill her made Eva's stomach churn, but she understood the necessity. If she lost control, if the wolf took over completely, she'd be more dangerous than any natural predator. So, how does this work? Eva asked, trying to focus on the practical rather than the terrifying. Do I just meditate until I shift? Not quite, Jared said. He pointed toward the far end of the clearing, where the forest grew especially dense. In about 15 minutes, Norman is going to release something into those trees. Something that will hunt you. Your job is to survive until you can shift and fight back. Eva's blood ran cold. What are you releasing? A rendered beast, Norman said. Part wolf, part bear, part something older. It's not sentient, just instinct and hunger. It can't kill you outright, but it can hurt you badly enough that your body will have no choice but to shift to survive. That's the plan. Eva's voice rose despite her efforts to stay calm. You're going to sicken a monster on me and hope I don't die before I figure out how to transform. That's how most shifters learn, Todd said with surprising gentleness. We all have a story about the moment that forced our first shift. For me, it was falling off a cliff. For Jimmy, it was getting attacked by a rogue wolf. The body doesn't shift unless it absolutely has to. Unless remaining human means certain death. And you think this will work? Eva demanded, looking at Jared. His amber eyes were steady and unflinching. I think you're strong enough to survive it. I think when the moment comes, your instincts will kick in and you'll do what needs to be done. But Eva, I can't guarantee it. I can't promise you'll shift successfully or that you won't get hurt. All I can promise is that we'll be here watching, ready to intervene if things go too wrong." Eva wanted to scream. Wanted to run back to the den house and lock herself in the healing room and refuse to come out until this nightmare was over. But that wasn't an option anymore. In less than 30 hours, Elmer would force her shift anyway, and she'd have no control at all. At least this way, she had a choice. A chance. "Okay," Eva said, her voice shaking but determined. "Let's do this." Norman moved toward the trees, pulling something from his pack, a cage made of woven branches and glowing rope. Inside, Eva could see movement. Something large and angry, thrashing against its containment. "Once I release this, you run," Norman instructed. "Don't look back. Don't try to fight in human form. Just run. Let your fear fuel you. Let your instincts guide you. And when the moment comes when the beast catches you and you have no other choice, let go. Trust your wolf to know what to do." Eva nodded, not trusting her voice. She moved to the edge of the clearing, every muscle tense, her heart hammering against her ribs. Behind her, she heard the cage open, heard something snarl, a sound that was wolf and bear and nightmare all mixed together. Heard Norman's voice. "Run now." Eva ran. She'd never moved so fast in her life. Crashing through the underbrush with complete disregard for the branches tearing at her skin or the roots trying to trip her feet. Behind her, she could hear the beast's heavy footfalls, snarling breath, getting closer with terrifying speed. Shift, shift, shift. Her mind screamed, "Do it now before it catches you." But her body didn't know how. Despite all the meditation and training, despite touching her wolf countless times, she had no idea how to consciously trigger the transformation. She risked a glance backward and immediately wished she hadn't. The rendered beast was massive, easily the size of a small car with a bear's bulk and a wolf's speed. Its eyes glowed red, and its mouth was full of teeth that could tear her apart without effort. Eva pushed harder, her lungs burning, her legs screaming in protest. She could feel the beast's breath on her back now, could smell its rank odor. It was toying with her. She realized could have caught her already, but was dragging out the chase. Then her foot caught a root and she went down hard, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. Before she could scramble up, the beast was on her massive paws, pinning her shoulders, claws digging into her skin, that terrible mouth descending toward her throat. This is it, Eva thought, with strange clarity. Either I shift right now or I die. And something inside her, something wild and fierce and utterly inhuman, answered, then shift. The pain was instantaneous and all-consuming. Every bone in Eva's body seemed to shatter at once, the pieces grinding against each other as they began to reshape. Her muscles tore and rebuilt, lengthening in some places and contracting in others. Skin burned as fur erupted through it in waves of agony. Eva screamed, but the sound that emerged was part human, part wolf, a horrible hybrid noise that echoed through the forest. The beast reared back, confused by its prey's sudden transformation. That moment of hesitation saved Eva's life, because suddenly, impossibly, she wasn't pinned beneath the creature anymore. She was larger, stronger, moving with speed and grace that her human body had never possessed. She rolled away from the beast's claws and came up on 4 legs. 4 legs that felt both foreign and completely natural. I did it. Some part of Eva's mind whispered, I'm shifting. I'm actually. The beast attacked again and thought fled. There was no room for human consciousness anymore. No space for doubt or fear or wonder. There was only instinct. Dodge, snap, circle, watch for openings. Go for the throat when opportunity presents. Eva's wolf moved through the fight like it had done this 1,000 times before. Every move was fluid, efficient, guided by instincts older than civilization. When the beast lunged, Eva was already moving aside. When it exposed its flank, Eva's teeth were there, tearing into fur and muscle. The fight lasted maybe 3 minutes, an eternity, and an instant all at once. Then suddenly Norman was there, massive in his bare form, interposing himself between Eva and the rendered beast. A roar shook the forest, and the beast retreated, its prey claimed by something stronger. Eva's wolf wanted to chase, wanted to finish what it had started. But then Jared was there, not in bare form, but human. His hands raised in a gesture that meant peace, meant safety, meant pack. "Eva," he said, his voice carrying that alpha authority that cut through animal instinct. "It's over, you won. Now you need to come back. Come back." The wolf didn't understand. This was real. This was right. This was Eva Thompson. Jared's voice was sharper now, commanding. "You are human. You have a human name, a human life, human memories. Find them. Use them. Come back to me." The wolf resisted, not wanting to give up this power, this freedom, but somewhere deep inside a small voice whispered, "You're more than this. You're both human and wolf. You don't have to choose." And just like that, Eva understood. The shift wasn't about becoming something else. It was about integrating both parts of herself, accepting that she could be wild and civilized, powerful and vulnerable, wolf, and human all at once. "Let go." Rebecca's voice echoed in her memory. "Trust that your body knows what to do." Eva let go. The shift back was somehow worse than the shift forward. Bones breaking and reforming in reverse. Muscles compressing, fur retreating back into skin. She felt every agonizing second of it, felt her consciousness split between wolf instinct and human reason, until finally, mercifully, she was herself again. Human again, lying naked and trembling on the forest floor, covered in blood. Some hers, some the beast's, gasping for breath, and barely conscious. Jared was there immediately, wrapping her in a blanket from his pack, checking her over for serious injuries. "You did it," he said, and Eva could hear the pride and relief in his voice. "Eva, you actually did it. You shifted and came back. Do you understand what that means?" "Means I didn't die," Eva managed, her voice raw and strange. "Good. Dying would have sucked." Todd laughed, genuine and delighted. "She's making jokes. That's a good sign." "Are you hurt?" Jared asked, his hands gentle but thorough as he checked her over. "Anything broken or torn?" "Everything hurts," Eva admitted, "but I don't think anything's seriously wrong." "Just everything normal for a first shift," Norman said, approaching in human form now. He was grinning a fierce, proud expression. "You were magnificent, Eva. Absolutely magnificent. Most first-time shifters freeze or lose control completely. You fought like you'd been doing it your whole life." It felt Eva struggled to find words. It felt right. Terrifying and painful and completely impossible, but also right, like I've been waiting my whole life to do it. "Because you have been," Jared said softly. "Your wolf's been waiting for you to stop being afraid and let it out. Now that you have, now that you know you can shift and come back." He smiled. Everything changes. Eva wanted to respond, wanted to celebrate this impossible achievement. But exhaustion was pulling at her like a physical weight. Her eyes drifted closed despite her best efforts. "Sleep," Jared commanded. "We'll keep watch. When you wake up, we'll teach you to shift again consciously, this time with control. But for now, rest. You've earned it." Eva slept and dreamed of running through forests on 4 legs, of hunting and freedom and power that was finally hers to claim. When she woke, hours later, the sun was setting, and the pack was gathered around a small fire. Her body still ached, but it was a manageable pain now, the kind that spoke of healing rather than damage. "Welcome back," Terry said, offering Eva water and something that smelled like roasted meat. "How do you feel?" "Like I got hit by a truck," Eva said honestly. "But also different, stronger, like something that was locked inside me finally broke free." "That's exactly what happened," Jared said. He was sitting across the fire watching her with those intense amber eyes. "You've completed your first successful shift cycle. As of right now, you're officially a shifter. Not dormant, not transitioning fully awakened." The weight of that statement settled over Eva. She was a shifter now, really truly one of them. Everything she'd been afraid of. Everything she'd resisted, it was done. Irreversible. And somehow impossibly that felt like freedom. "What happens now?" Eva asked. "Now," Jared said with a fierce smile. "We teach you to do it again and again until shifting is as natural as breathing, until you can control it so completely that when Elmer tries to force your transformation, you can resist. Can choose your own form instead of letting him dictate it." "How long do we have?" Eva asked, though she already knew the answer. Todd checked his watch. 26 hours until Elmer can use the binding breaker stone. But the council has confirmed he's moved up his timeline. He'll try something sooner if he gets the chance. "Then we don't have time to waste," Eva said, pushing herself to her feet despite the protests of her battered body. Teach me everything." Jared stood as well, and the others followed. The pack formed a circle around Eva, their expressions proud and protective and determined. "Lesson 1, Jared said. "Shifting begins in the mind. Close your eyes and find your wolf." Eva obeyed. And this time when she reached for her wolf in that mental forest, there was no hesitation, no fear. Just recognition and welcome. And the understanding that they were two parts of the same whole. She shifted. It was still painful, still overwhelming, but Eva maintained consciousness this time, felt every bone break and reform, every muscle reshape, every sense sharpened to supernatural levels. And when she stood on 4 legs, panting and dizzy, but triumphant, she could still think, could understand human language, could still recognize the pack as family rather than threat. Again, Jared commanded, "Shift back," Eva did. And this time the pain was less, the transformation smoother. They practiced through the night, shift after shift after shift, until Eva could move between forms with something approaching ease, until she could hold wolf shape while still thinking human thoughts, until she could smell the approaching dawn and know with absolute certainty that she was ready for whatever came next. 24 hours until Elmer made his move. But Eva Thompson, waitress, survivor, and newly awakened shifter was done running. It was time to fight back. Chapter 10. The Heart's Choice. They returned to the den house at dawn, and Eva could immediately sense something was wrong. The pack was gathered in a defensive formation around the main building, weapons drawn, both modern and ancient. Stefani stood at the center, her expression grim as she directed positioning. When she saw Jared and the others emerging from the tree, relief flooded her face. "Thank God you're back," she said, striding forward. "We have a situation, Elmer," Jared asked, already moving into alpha mode. "Worse," Stephanie said. "The council. They arrived 3 hours ago with a full enforcement team. They're demanding to speak with you and Eva immediately, and Jared Elmer's with them. He's claimed formal grievance rights under treaty law." Eva's stomach dropped. "What does that mean?" "It means," a new voice said, smooth and cultured and utterly unwelcome, "that the council has agreed to hear my case against your pack to determine whether Jared Eastman has violated territorial law by harboring stolen property, namely, you." Elmer Kerr emerged from the den house, looking impossibly composed in expensive clothing that somehow remained immaculate despite the forest setting. Behind him were 3 people Eva didn't recognize, 2 men and a woman, all carrying themselves with the kind of authority that made even Jared straighten slightly, the council representatives. "Eva Thompson," the woman said, her voice ringing with power. She was tall and elegant with silver hair that fell to her waist and eyes that shifted color, as Eva watched blue to green to amber and back again. "I am Winnie Mackenzie, speaker for the North American Shifter Council. These are my colleagues, Israel Hahes and Brad North. We're here to adjudicate a dispute between the Riverside Pack and the Northern Pack regarding your status and allegiance." "I haven't chosen any allegiance yet," Eva said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "I still have time under the treaty. Time that Jared Eastman has used to complete your transformation against council guidelines." Elmer interrupted smoothly. "The law is clear. Shifters of uncertain lineage must be evaluated by the council before their first shift to determine proper placement. By taking Eva into the deep veil and forcing her transformation, Jared has violated that protocol. I didn't force anything, Jared said, his voice deadly calm. Eva shifted to survive a life-threatening situation that's allowed under emergency provisions. A life-threatening situation you engineered, Elmer countered. You deliberately placed her in danger to circumvent council authority. That's manipulation of the worst kind. Enough, Winnie said, holding up one hand. The arguing ceased immediately, everyone responding to the sheer authority in her voice. We will hear testimony from all parties, examine the evidence, and render judgment. Until then, both packs will stand down. This is neutral ground, under council protection. Any violence will result in immediate sanctions. She turned her multicolored eyes on Eva, and Eva felt like she was being dissected. Miss Thompson, you will come with us. We have questions about your grandmother's history, your awakening, and the choices that have led to this moment. I'd like Jared present for any questioning, Eva said, raising her chin despite her fear. As my alpha, I'm not your alpha, Jared said quietly. You haven't sworn allegiance to any pack yet, remember? The reminder stung, but Eva understood the strategy. If Jared claimed her as pack before the council ruled, it would look like he was trying to force the decision. Better to maintain neutrality, even if it meant facing the council alone. I'll be fine, Eva told him, trying to sound more confident than she felt. Jared's expression was troubled, but he nodded. I trust you. The council had commandeered Jared's office for their questioning, transforming the comfortable space into something formal and intimidating. Winnie sat behind the desk with Israel's, and Brad flanking her like sentinels. Eva was directed to a chair in the center of the room, positioned so that all three council members could observe her from different angles. Let's begin with your grandmother. When he said without preamble, Ernestine Whitaker, born into the Northern Pack in 1943, gifted shifter from a powerful bloodline who abandoned her pack in 1965 to pursue a relationship with a human man. What did she tell you about her past? Nothing, Eva admitted. I didn't know she was a shifter until a week ago. She never mentioned the packs or the veil or any of this. Convenient, Brad muttered. He was a stocky man with the look of someone who'd spent lifetimes fighting scars on his knuckles, a nose that had been broken multiple times, eyes that missed nothing. It's the truth, Eva said firmly. My grandmother raised me after my mother died. She worked as a seamstress, lived quietly, never gave any indication that she was anything other than human. If she was hiding something, she hid it perfectly. And yet, she gave you the compass. Israel said he was younger than the other two, maybe mid-30s in appearance, with dark skin and eyes that glowed faintly gold. One of the three keys to the heart of the veil. That's not something you give to someone as a casual keepsake. She said it would keep me safe. Eva said that as long as I wore it, I'd always find my way home. I thought she was being sentimental. The compass is more than sentimental. Winnie said, It's a guardian's token passed down through bloodlines, specifically chosen to protect the heart. By giving it to you, Ernestine was designating you as her successor, whether she intended to or not. But I'm not a guardian, Eva protested. I barely even know what the heart is. The heart of the veil is the source of all shifter magic, Winnie explained, her voice taking on a lecturer's tone. It's the place where our world and the human world connect, where the impossible becomes possible. 3 guardians are chosen by the veil itself to protect the heart from those who would misuse its power. Each guardian carries a compass that can locate and access the heart. And let me guess, Eva said bitterly. Elmer wants access. Elmer wants what he believes is rightfully his. Winnie corrected. When Ernestine abandoned the Northern Pack, she took not just herself, but her guardian status. The pack lost one of its 3 protections over the heart. For 60 years, they've been vulnerable, unable to fully access the heart's power. Unable to maintain the same territorial strength they once had. Elmer believes that by reclaiming you, he can restore what was stolen. I'm not property to be reclaimed, Eva said, anger heating her voice, and my grandmother didn't steal anything. She made a choice about her own life, a choice that had consequences for others, Brad said bluntly. Your grandmother was selfish. She prioritized her own happiness over her responsibilities to the pack that raised and protected her. Now you're paying the price for her selfishness. The words hit harder than Eva expected, mostly because there was truth in them. Her grandmother had made choices that affected people Eva would never meet, created debts Eva was now expected to pay. It wasn't fair, but life rarely was. What does the council want from me? Eva asked, forcing herself to stay calm. What do I need to do to satisfy everyone and end this dispute? Winnie and the other council members exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them. There are 3 options, Winnie said finally. First, you can join the Northern Pack willingly. Swear allegiance to Elmer, accept his authority, and work with him to restore the guardian bond his pack lost. This would satisfy treaty law and nullify all grievances and make me a prisoner. Eva said flatly, Elmer would control when and how I access the heart, use me as a weapon against anyone he considers an enemy. No second option. Winnie continued as if Eva hadn't spoken. You can renounce your shifter nature entirely. We have healers powerful enough to permanently suppress your wolf. Bind it so deeply you'll never shift again. You'd live as a human. Give up the compass and any claim to guardian status, and both packs would be required to leave you alone and spend my life feeling incomplete. Eva said, remembering what Stephanie had told her about shifters who rejected their nature. Dreaming of something I can never have again, always feeling like a piece of me is missing. That's not freedom. That's a different kind of prison. Then we come to the third option when he said, her expression grave. You undergo the trial of the heart. You journey to the heart of the veil, face whatever challenges it presents, and let it judge whether you're worthy to be a guardian. If you succeed, you claim your grandmother's legacy, and the council will recognize your independence. No pack can force your allegiance. If you fail, she paused. Most who fail the trial don't survive it. The room fell silent. Eva could hear her own heartbeat. Feel the weight of 3 sets of eyes watching her. What kind of challenges? Eva asked. No one knows. Israel said the heart tests each person differently according to their weaknesses and strengths. Some face physical trials, combat against impossible odds. Others face mental challenges, puzzles that test wisdom and judgment. The only commonality is that everyone who enters the heart must face their greatest fear and overcome it. And if I choose this trial, what happens to the packs? Eva asked to Jared and Elmer. The death challenge would be postponed until after the trial. Winnie said, if you succeed and claim guardian status, the challenge becomes moot. Guardians exist outside pack hierarchy. If you fail and die, well then there's nothing left to fight over. How comforting! Eva muttered. There is one more thing you should know, Brad added, his scarred face serious. If you succeed in the trial and become a guardian, you'll be bound to the heart in ways you can't imagine. Your life will no longer be entirely your own. You'll age slower than normal shifters, live potentially for centuries, and be compelled to protect the heart above all other concerns, including your own happiness, or the happiness of those you care about. Your grandmother escaped that fate by giving up her powers. If you claim them, there's no escape ever. The weight of that statement crashed over Eva like a wave. This wasn't just about surviving or choosing a pack. This was about determining the entire trajectory of her life, potentially for centuries. When do I have to decide? Eva asked. Now, Winnie said, the council has other business to attend to, and Elmer has been patient long enough. Choose Eva Thompson. Choose your fate. Eva closed her eyes, her mind racing through the options. Join Elmer and live as a prisoner. Suppress her wolf and live as half a person. Or face the trial and risk everything for a chance at true freedom. In her mind's eye, she saw her grandmother not as the old woman who'd raised her, but as she must have been at Eva's age, strong and wild and free, running on 4 legs through forests that sang her name. And she saw the moment Ernestine had given that up, choosing love over power, family over duty. The compass points to home, Rebecca had said, and home is the space between who you were and who you're becoming. Eva opened her eyes. I choose the trial, she said, her voice steady and clear. I'll face the heart and let it judge me. And whatever happens, whether I succeed or fail, at least I'll have made my own choice. That's more than my grandmother got. Winnie nodded slowly, something like approval flickering across her face. So be it. The trial will commence at sunset tonight. Use the remaining hours to prepare, say your goodbyes, and make peace with whatever gods you believe in. Because once you enter the heart, there's no turning back. The pack gathered in the main hall when Eva emerged from Jared's office. Every face was turned toward her, expressions ranging from hope to fear to resignation. I'm doing the trial, Eva announced without preamble. Tonight at sunset, and before anyone tries to talk me out of it, understand that this is the only option that gives me a real choice, the only one that doesn't require me to give up essential parts of myself or live under someone else's control. The trial could kill you, Stephanie said, her voice sharp with worry. Most people don't survive it. Most people aren't Ernestine Whitaker's granddaughter. Eva countered, and I'm not most people. I've survived poverty, violence, a forced awakening, and learning to shift in 4 days. I can survive this, too. That's not the same thing, Jared said quietly. He'd been standing at the edge of the group, but now he moved forward. Those were physical challenges. The trial tests more than just your body. It tests your soul, everything you are, everything you fear, everything you've buried deep and hope to never face again. It will drag all of that into the light and force you to confront it. Then I'll confront it, Eva said, meeting his amber eyes. What choice do I have? Join Elmer? Suppress my wolf. Those aren't real options, Jared. They're just different ways of giving up, and dying is better, Stephanie demanded. Living as myself for a few hours and dying is better than living as someone else's prisoner for years, Eva said firmly. Yes. My grandmother gave up everything so I could have choices. I'm not going to waste that gift by choosing the safe cage over the dangerous freedom. Jared stared at her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled fierce and proud and full of something Eva couldn't quite name. You really are her granddaughter, he said softly. She would be so proud of you. Or she'd think I was an idiot for choosing the most dangerous option, Eva said, trying for humor to cover the fear churning in her stomach. Both can be true, Todd offered from across the room. Ernestine was famous for making incredibly brave, incredibly stupid decisions. Looks like it runs in the family. Despite everything, Eva laughed. Thanks. That's very comforting. We have 8 hours until sunset, Rebecca said, moving to Eva's side. That's not a lot of time to prepare, but it's enough. Come with me. I have things you'll need. Rebecca led Eva back to the healing room where she'd laid out an array of items on the bed. A leather pack, several bottles of glowing liquid, strips of cloth marked with symbols Eva couldn't read, and a knife with a blade that seemed to absorb light. Standard trial gear, Rebecca explained. Water that will keep you hydrated no matter how long you're in the heart. Bandages that will heal minor wounds. The knife is obsidian forged in the veil itself. It can cut through magical barriers and creatures that normal weapons can't harm. You've done this before. Eva realized helped someone prepare for the trial. Rebecca's expression went distant and sad. Once 23 years ago, a young man named Gary Olson, who thought he could claim guardian status and use it to unite the packs under his leadership. He was strong, skilled, confident, Everyone thought he'd succeed. She paused. They found his body 3 days later, just outside the heart's entrance, dead from what looked like fear itself. No wounds, no injuries, just stopped. Eva felt a chill run down her spine. You're trying to comfort me, right? Because this is having the opposite effect. Rebecca's smile was thin. I'm trying to prepare you. The heart doesn't kill people with weapons or violence. It kills them with truth, with the things they can't face about themselves. Gary was strong, but he was also arrogant, convinced of his own righteousness. The heart showed him what he really was underneath all that bravado, and he couldn't survive the revelation. So, I need to know myself, Eva said. Be honest about my flaws and fears. You need to be willing to face them, Rebecca corrected. Knowing and facing are different things. I know I'm afraid of losing the people I love, but actually confronting that fear, experiencing it fully, surviving it, that's something else entirely. She picked up the knife and pressed it into Eva's hand. Your grandmother carried this blade, used it to carve her mark into the heart's door before she left. I kept it for her, hoping someday it might be useful again. Now it's yours. Eva closed her fingers around the handle, feeling the weight of history and expectation. Did she ever regret it, giving up the guardian bond? Never. Rebecca said with absolute certainty. She told me once that some people are meant to protect the world, and others are meant to protect a single person with their whole heart. She chose to be the second kind, and she never doubted that choice, even when it cost her everything. I don't have a person to protect, Eva said quietly. I don't have a family or a love, or even a permanent address. What do I have worth fighting for? Rebecca gripped Eva's shoulders, forcing her to meet her eyes. You have yourself, Eva. Your choices, your freedom, your right to exist without permission or apology. That's worth fighting for. That's worth dying for if necessary. A knock on the door interrupted them. Jared entered, his expression troubled. Elmer's demanding to speak with you, he said before the trial. The council has granted him an audience. Eva's jaw tightened. Do I have to? No, Jared said. But he's claiming it's important. Something about information you need before you face the heart. Eva wanted to refuse, wanted to send Elmer away, and spend these last hours with people who actually cared about her. But some instinct whispered that whatever Elmer had to say, she needed to hear it. Fine, she said, but only with you and Rebecca present. I'm not facing him alone. They met in the clearing behind the den house with the council representatives observing from a distance. Elmer stood in the center, looking as composed and dangerous as ever, his pale blue eyes tracking Eva's approach like a predator watching prey. Eva, he said, inclining his head in a gesture that might have been respect or mockery. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. What do you want, Elmer? Eva asked, too tired and nervous for pleasantries. To offer you a truth, Elmer said. One that Jared and his pack have been carefully avoiding. You want to know why your grandmother was able to have children despite the suppression magic? Why you inherited powers that should have died with her? Eva's heart began to pound. I'm listening. Because she made a deal, Elmer said, his voice soft and dangerous. Before she left the northern pack, before she took the suppression potion, Ernestine went to the heart and bargained with the veil itself. She offered her guardian bond in exchange for one thing, the ability to pass her bloodline to her descendants, ensuring that, even if she gave up her powers, someone would carry on the legacy. That's a lie, Jared said sharply. The veil doesn't make deals, doesn't it? Elmer's smile was razor sharp. Then how do you explain Eva's existence? The suppression magic should have made pregnancy impossible. But somehow Ernestine had a daughter who had a daughter. 2 generations of miracles, all stemming from one woman who claimed to have given up everything. Why are you telling me this? Eva demanded. Fear and anger wearing in her chest. Because you need to understand what you're walking into, Elmer said. The heart remembers your grandmother's deal, remembers the bargain she made, and the price she refused to pay. And when you walk through those doors, it will demand payment. Not from her, but from you. Your grandmother escaped her obligations. You won't be so lucky. You're trying to scare me, Eva said, though her voice shook, trying to make me back out of the trial so you can claim me for your pack. I'm trying to save your life, Elmer said, and for the first time, his expression seemed almost genuine. I'm ruthless and ambitious and willing to do terrible things to achieve my goals. But I'm not a monster, Eva. And I don't want to watch Ernestine's granddaughter die paying for her grandmother's sins. Then withdraw your challenge, Eva shot back. Leave me alone. Let me choose my own path without your pack's interference. I can't do that, Elmer said, his expression hardening. My pack needs the guardian bond restored. We've been weakened for 6 decades because of your grandmother's selfishness. If you won't join us willingly, then we have no choice but to reclaim you by force. Then I guess we're at an impasse, Eva said coldly, because I'd rather die facing the heart than live as your prisoner. Elmer studied her for a long moment, then he nodded slowly. Your grandmother said something similar once the night before she left when I begged her to reconsider. She told me that some cages were so beautiful, you didn't realize you were trapped until you tried to fly, and she'd rather die flying than live comfortably in chains. He turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, Eva Thompson, I hope you survive the trial. I hope you claim your grandmother's legacy and become everything she was meant to be. Not for my sake or my pack's sake, but for yours. You deserve better than the hand you've been dealt. Then he was gone, melting into the shadows, leaving Eva standing in the clearing with her heart racing and her mind spinning. He's lying, Jared said immediately, trying to shake your confidence before the trial. Don't listen to him. What if he's not lying? Eva asked quietly. What if my grandmother really did make a deal with the heart? What if this whole thing, my existence, my awakening, everything is just the veil collecting on a 60-year-old debt? Then you face it, Rebecca said firmly. You walk into the heart, confront whatever it throws at you, and you survive. Because that's what Whitakers do. We face impossible odds and come out the other side. How do you know? Eva whispered. Because I've known 3 generations of your family, Rebecca said, and every one of you has been stubborn, brave, and too damn proud to give up even when any sane person would have quit. That's your real legacy, Eva, not guardian bonds or magical compasses or deals with ancient powers. Your legacy is surviving when survival seems impossible, and you will survive this. Eva wanted to believe her, wanted to feel confident and brave and ready. But as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, all she felt was terrified. The trial was coming, and she had no idea if she was strong enough to survive it. Sunset came too quickly. The council led Eva to a place deep in the vale she'd never seen before. A grove where the trees grew in perfect circles around a stone archway that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once. Looking at it made Eva's eyes hurt, like her brain couldn't quite process what it was seeing. The entrance to the heart, Winnie said, her voice solemn. Once you pass through, the trial begins. You cannot leave until you've either succeeded or failed. Time moves differently inside. What feels like hours could be days out here. Well, maintain a vigil, but we cannot help you. This is your journey alone. Eva nodded, her throat too tight for words. She could feel the pack's presence behind her. Jared, Rebecca, Terry, Todd, Norman, all the others who'd come to represent family in the short time she'd known them. They couldn't go with her, but knowing they were here made the fear slightly more bearable. Any last advice? Eva asked Winnie. The council speaker was quiet for a moment. Then the heart judges truth, not strength. Be honest about who you are, your flaws and virtues both. And remember, the only way out is through. Don't try to avoid or escape the challenges. Face them head on. Come forwarding, Eva muttered. She turned to face the pack one last time. Jared stepped forward and without warning pulled her into an embrace. Come back to us, he said quietly, his voice rough with emotion. Whatever you face in there, whatever the heart throws at you, remember that you have people waiting for you. A pack that chose you, a family that wants you. Don't give up on us. I won't, Eva promised, even as tears burned behind her eyes. One by one, the others stepped forward. Terry pressed a small stone into Eva's hand. For luck, she whispered. Norman offered a gruff nod that conveyed more emotion than words ever could. Todd grinned and told her not to do anything he wouldn't do, which meant she could pretty much do anything. Even Stephanie stepped forward, her expression softer than Eva had ever seen it. Don't prove me wrong about you, Stephanie said. I voted for your hunt. Don't make me regret it. I'll do my best, Eva said. Then there was nothing left to delay, no more goodbyes to say, no more preparations to make. Eva turned toward the archway, squared her shoulders, and walked forward into the impossible. The moment she passed through the stone arch, the world changed. Gone was the forest, the pack, the familiar smells and sounds of the Vale. Instead, Eva found herself standing in a vast chamber that seemed to be carved from crystal or ice walls that glowed with inner light. A ceiling so high it disappeared into darkness. And in the center of the chamber, suspended in the air by nothing visible, was a heart, not a metaphorical heart or a symbol. An actual physical heart the size of a house, beating with slow, ponderous rhythm. Each beat sent ripples through the chamber, through the air, through Eva herself. Welcome, granddaughter of Ernestine, a voice said, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You have come to claim what she abandoned, to pay what she left unpaid. Are you prepared to face the price? I'm prepared to face whatever you throw at me, Eva said, trying to sound braver than she felt. Then face yourself, the voice said, and the world shifted again. Eva stood in her studio apartment, the one she'd lived in before all of this started. Shabby and small, and smelling faintly of mildew. She was wearing her diner uniform, and through the window she could see the sun setting over Riverside's industrial district. This was wrong. This wasn't real. She was in the heart of the Vale facing a trial. Not back in her old life. Not real, Eva said aloud. This is a test. Is it? The voice asked. Or is everything else the dream? Perhaps you never left this apartment. Perhaps you fell asleep after another exhausting shift and dreamed of shape-shifters and magic and belonging. Perhaps you're still here, still alone, still working yourself to death for barely enough to survive. Eva felt panic clawing at her throat. No, that couldn't be true. She remembered everything the attack Jared, learning to shift. It was real. It had to be real. Prove it, the voice challenged. And suddenly, Eva understood. This wasn't about fighting or solving puzzles. This was about faith, about choosing to believe in the impossible, even when doubt whispered that it was all a fantasy. I don't have to prove it, Eva said slowly. I just have to believe it. And I do. I believe I'm a shifter. I believe I have a pack waiting for me. I believe that my life is more than this apartment, and this uniform, and this exhausting, lonely existence. She closed her eyes and reached for her wolf, the one she'd learned to touch in meditation, the one she'd become in the deep Vale. For a terrifying moment, there was nothing, just emptiness, and the horrible possibility that Elmer had been right, that this was all a dream. Then she felt it, the familiar presence, wild and fierce and undeniably real. Eva shifted. Her body broke and reformed with the now familiar pain, fur erupting through skin, senses sharpening to supernatural levels. And when she opened her eyes again, she was standing not in her apartment, but back in the crystal chamber on 4 legs, with the massive heart beating above her. Well done, the voice said. And there was approval in it. First trial passed. You chose truth over comfortable lies. But truth alone is not enough. Now you must face what you fear. The chamber shifted again, and Eva found herself back in human form, standing on a dark road she recognized with a sickening jolt. This was where she'd been attacked. where Travis, Elmer, and Lel had beaten her and left her to die. And they were here now, emerging from the shadows with cruel smiles and violent intent. "No," Eva whispered. "Not again, I won't." "Face them," the voice commanded. "Face what they represent. Face your fear of being helpless, of being prey, of being destroyed by those stronger than you. Or run. But know that if you run forever. The fear will follow you for the rest of your days." Eva's every instinct screamed to shift, to become the wolf and tear these men apart. But she forced herself to stay human, to stand on two legs, to face them as herself, not as the powerful shifter she'd become, but as the terrified waitress she'd been. "I'm not afraid of you," Siva said, and was surprised to find it was almost true. "You hurt me, you nearly killed me, but you didn't break me, and every day since then I've gotten stronger. While you're still just men who need to hurt others to feel powerful." Travis laughed that same cold, mocking sound from the night of the attack. "Strong? You're nothing. Just another victim waiting to happen." "Maybe I was," Eva agreed, "but I'm not anymore. And you? You're not even real. You're just my fear, wearing familiar faces. And I don't have to be afraid of you anymore." She walked forward directly toward Travis. He swung at her, and Eva felt the impact pain blooming across her cheek. But she didn't stop, didn't flinch, just kept walking until she was standing face to face with him. "You're already defeated," she told him, "because I survived you. I survived the worst thing you could do to me, and I came out the other side stronger. You have no power over me anymore." Travis's form flickered like a hologram losing signal. Then he was gone. Elmer and Lel followed, dissolving into shadows and memory. The road disappeared, and Eva was back in the crystal chamber, breathing hard but triumphant. "Second trial passed," the voice said. "You have faced your past and chosen not to be defined by it. But one trial remains, the hardest one. You must face what you love most and choose to let it go." "What?" Eva asked, fear spiking. "What does that mean?" The chamber shifted one final time, and Eva found herself standing in the den house clearing surrounded by the pack. But something was wrong. They were frozen, unmoving like statues. And standing between Eva and them was a figure she recognized immediately despite having only seen her in old photographs. Her grandmother, Ernestine Whitaker, young and vibrant and radiating power. "Hello, Eva," Ernestine said, her voice warm and achingly familiar. "I've been waiting to meet you." "You're not real either," Eva said, tears streaming down her face despite her words. "You're dead. You've been dead for 3 months." "I'm a memory," Ernestine agreed. "An echo of what was. But that doesn't make this conversation less important." She gestured to the frozen pack. "You love them. In the short time you've known them, they've become your family, your home." "Yes," Eva said simply. There was no point denying it. "The heart is asking you to give them up," Ernestine said softly. "To become a guardian is to choose duty over personal attachment. You'll live for centuries while they age and die. You'll watch everyone you love turn to dust while you remain eternal and alone, bound to protect a power you can never truly possess." "Is that really what you want?" Eva's throat was tight. "I don't know. I just know I want to be free to choose, to not be owned by anyone, not be defined by anyone else's expectations." "Then choose," Ernestine said. "Choose to walk away from the pack, from the bonds you formed, from the love you found. Choose to be a guardian powerful, eternal, and utterly alone. That's the price, Eva. That's what I couldn't pay 60 years ago." Eva looked at the frozen pack, at Jared, whose amber eyes had seen her at her worst and still believed in her. At Rebecca, who'd known 3 generations of her family and carried those memories forward. At Terry and Todd and Norman, and all the others who'd risked everything to protect someone they barely knew. This was the choice her grandmother had faced. Power or love, duty or happiness, the weight of the world or the warmth of family. And suddenly, Eva understood something that changed everything. "You're wrong," she told Ernestine's echo. "About the choice, about what guardians have to give up. My grandmother chose to walk away from duty entirely. That was her price. But I don't have to make the same choice. Eva walked toward the frozen pack toward Jared specifically. You said guardians live outside pack hierarchy, that they exist independently. But independence doesn't mean isolation. It means I get to choose my own connections, form my own bonds without anyone having power over me. She placed her hand on Jared's frozen shoulder. I can be a guardian and still love them, still be part of this pack. Not as a subordinate, but as an equal, an ally, a friend. I don't have to choose between power and love. I can have both. I just have to be strong enough to protect what I love while fulfilling my duty. Is that your answer? The voice asked, and Eva could have sworn there was amusement in it. You would remake the very nature of guardianship rather than accept the traditional price. If the traditional way doesn't work, then yes, Eva said firmly. I'll make my own way, write my own rules. Isn't that what my grandmother did? She saw a system that demanded she give up love for duty, and she said no. She chose a third option. Is that your answer? The voice asked, and Eva could have sworn there was amusement in it. You would remake the very nature of guardianship rather than accept the traditional price. If the traditional way doesn't work, then yes, Eva said firmly, I'll make my own way, write my own rules. Isn't that what my grandmother did? She saw a system that demanded she give up love for duty, and she said no. She chose a third option. Eva turned back to face the massive heart beating in the center of the chamber. I'm not my grandmother. I'm not choosing to abandon duty for love, but I'm also not choosing to abandon love for duty. I'm choosing both. And if that's not acceptable to you, then maybe I'm not meant to be a guardian after all. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the heart seemed to pause mid-beat. Then, impossibly, Eva heard laughter. Not mocking, but genuine, warm and rich, and full of something that sounded almost like pride. Ernestine's blood runs true, the voice said. Stubborn, rebellious, and unwilling to accept limitations placed by others. Very well, Eva Thompson. You have passed the trials not by accepting their terms, but by refusing them, by insisting on your right to define yourself rather than be defined by tradition or expectation. The frozen pack began to dissolve like morning mist, and Eva felt a pang of loss, even knowing they weren't real. Ernestine's image smiled one last time before fading. Wait, Eva called out. What does that mean? Did I pass or fail? You passed, the voice said, and now Eva could hear multiple voices layered together, male and female, young and old, speaking in perfect harmony. The trials were never about following rules or accepting sacrifices. They were about understanding who you are and what you truly value. You have shown us courage, honesty, and the wisdom to reject false choices. You are worthy to be a guardian of the heart. The crystal chamber began to glow brighter, and Eva felt something changing inside her. Not painful, like shifting, but profound, like a door opening in her soul that she'd never known existed. Approach, the voices commanded. Eva walked forward until she stood directly beneath the massive beating heart. Up close, she could see that it wasn't made of flesh, but of something else, crystallized light, maybe, or solidified magic. Each beat sent ripples of power washing over her, through her, changing her in ways she couldn't fully understand. Place your hand upon the heart, the voices said. Accept the bond and become what you were always meant to be. Eva reached up, her hand trembling slightly as she pressed it against the surface of the heart. The moment her skin made contact, pain and ecstasy exploded through every nerve in her body. She could feel everything, the veil itself stretching across continents and centuries, connecting shifters to their magic and their nature. She could sense every pack, every territory, every shifter alive in the world, thousands of lives burning like candles in her awareness, and she could feel the other two guardians, distant but present, ancient beings who'd held this responsibility for longer than Eva could fathom. Welcome, sister, one of them said. A woman's voice, gentle and weary. "It has been so long since there were 3 of us. The balance is restored." Another voice added, deeper, masculine, carrying the weight of ages. "The Northern Pack's guardian has returned. Not the one who fled, but her worthy successor." Eva wanted to respond, wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but the power flooding through her was too intense. She could feel the compass, her grandmother's compass, currently in Elmer's possession, calling to her across the distance. It recognized its true owner, and Eva suddenly knew exactly where it was and how to reclaim it. But more than that, she understood what being a guardian truly meant. It wasn't about isolation or sacrifice. It was about standing between the veil and those who would misuse its power. About maintaining the balance between shifter and human worlds. About protecting something greater than herself, without losing herself in the process. The power gradually settled, becoming part of her rather than overwhelming her. When Eva finally opened her eyes, she was back in her own body, standing in the crystal chamber. But everything looked different. She could see the layers of magic woven through the walls, could sense the currents of power flowing through the veil like invisible rivers, and she could feel the mark on her chest, right over her heart, burning with a pleasant warmth. She looked down and saw it. A compass rose etched into her skin, glowing faintly silver, the guardian's mark. "You are bound now," the voices said, softer now, almost gentle, bound to the heart, to the veil, to the duty of protection. "But you are also free. Free from pack hierarchies, free from territorial politics, free to walk your own path. Use this freedom wisely, Eva Thompson. And remember, guardians may live for centuries, but they are not invincible. Take care of yourself and the connections you choose to maintain. They will be your strength in the difficult times ahead." "Thank you," Eva whispered, not knowing who exactly she was thanking, but needing to say it anyway. "Go now," the voices said. "Return to those who wait for you. Show them what you have become, and reclaim what was stolen from you." The chamber began to fade, the crystal walls dissolving into light. Eva felt herself being pulled backward, drawn toward the entrance she'd come through. For a moment she resisted, afraid that leaving would mean losing this connection, this understanding. But then she remembered Jared's words, "Come back to us." She had people waiting for her, a pack that had chosen her. Eva stopped resisting and let herself be pulled home. She emerged from the stone archway into chaos. The grove was no longer peaceful. Elmer's pack surrounded the area, at least 30 shifters in various states of transformation. Some fully wolf or bear, others caught halfway between. The council representatives stood between them and Jared's pack, who'd formed a defensive line around the entrance to the heart. Everyone froze when Eva stumbled out of the archway. She knew she must look different, could feel the power radiating from her skin, see the shocked expressions on every face as they registered what she'd become. The guardian's mark on her chest glowed through her shirt, visible even in the dying light. "Impossible," Elmer breathed, taking an involuntary step backward. "You survived." I survived," Eva confirmed, her voice stronger than it had ever been. "I faced the trials, proved my worth, and claimed my grandmother's legacy. I am a guardian of the heart now, which means according to treaty law, I exist outside pack hierarchy. Your claim on me is void." Elmer Kerr. "No." Elmer snarled, his composure finally cracking. "No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. You were supposed to fail. The heart was supposed to reject you or kill you or something, not accept you, not give you everything. But it did," when he said, her voice ringing with authority. The council speaker moved forward, her multicolored eyes examining Eva with obvious interest. "The mark is genuine. I can feel the heart's power in her. She's guardian now by right of trial and victory. Then the debt is paid," Israel added, his golden eyes gleaming. "Ernestine Whitaker's abandonment of her guardian duties is balanced by her granddaughter's acceptance of them. The Northern Pack's grievance is satisfied." Satisfied? Elmer's voice rose to a roar. How is this satisfied? I still don't have control over the guardian bond. She's not Pack. She's not bound by our laws or subject to our authority. How does this help me? It doesn't, Brad said bluntly, which isn't the council's problem. You wanted the guardian position restored to someone of Whitaker blood. That's been accomplished. The fact that the new guardian won't obey you is your issue to resolve, not ours. Elmer's face contorted with rage. For a moment, Eva thought he might attack anyway. Treaty or no treaty. But then his eyes locked on hers, and whatever he saw there made him pause. Eva could feel the power coiled inside her, ready to respond if threatened. She wasn't just a newly awakened shifter anymore. She was something more. Something that even an alpha as powerful as Elmer Kerr couldn't easily threaten. This isn't over, Elmer said finally, his voice cold and controlled again. You may be a guardian, but you're still young, still inexperienced, and you've made an enemy today, Eva Thompson. Remember that, I'll remember, Eva said calmly. And you remember this, I didn't choose to be your enemy. I chose to be free. You're the one who decided that freedom was a threat. Elmer's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more. With a sharp gesture, he called his pack to him. They melted back into the forest, disappearing as quickly as they'd appeared, leaving only the scent of anger and thwarted ambition behind. The moment they were gone, Eva's legs gave out. Jared caught her before she hit the ground, his arms wrapping around her with desperate relief. You're alive, he said, his voice rough. You crazy, stubborn, impossible woman. You're alive. I told you I'd come back, Eva said, managing a weak smile. Though I'll admit, there were a few moments where I wasn't sure I'd make it. The pack crowded around, everyone talking at once, asking questions, expressing relief and awe. Eva tried to respond, but found herself overwhelmed by sensation. The guardian bond had heightened her senses even more than normal shifter abilities. She could feel every pack member's emotions, sense their relief and joy, and lingering fear like physical presences. Give her space, Rebecca commanded, pushing through the crowd. She took one look at Eva and shook her head. She's on the verge of collapse. The trial takes everything out of you. And from what I can see, she's also adjusting to guardian powers that are probably overwhelming her system. We need to get her back to the den house immediately. I can walk, Eva protested weakly. No, you can't, Jared said. And before Eva could argue further, he'd scooped her up. You've done enough impossible things for one day. Let someone else do the work for a while. Eva wanted to protest, but the truth was she was exhausted beyond measure. The trials had taken more out of her than she'd realized, and the rush of guardian powers was making her head spin. She let herself relax in Jared's arms, trusting him to get her home safely. Home. When had she started thinking of the den house as home? Probably around the same time, this pack of strangers had become family. Eva woke in the healing room to find sunlight streaming through the windows and Rebecca sitting beside her bed with a cup of tea. Welcome back, Rebecca said, offering the cup. You've been asleep for 16 hours. How do you feel? Eva took inventory, her body at in a distant sort of way, like the memory of pain rather than the pain itself. But underneath the exhaustion was something new, a steady hum of power, warm and constant, like a second heartbeat. Different, Eva said finally. Everything feels more sharper, like someone turned up the volume on reality. That's the guardian bond, Rebecca explained. Your senses are permanently enhanced now, beyond even normal shifter levels. You'll adjust over time. Learn to filter the excess input. But for the first few days, everything's going to be overwhelming. Great, Eva muttered, taking a sip of tea. It tasted impossibly complex. She could identify every ingredient, sense the exact temperature, feel the warmth spreading through her body with supernatural clarity. There's something else you should know, Rebecca said, her expression becoming serious. While you were sleeping, the council issued their formal ruling. You were officially recognized as guardian of the heart. With all the rights and responsibilities that entails, Elmer's challenge to Jared has been nullified, and the Northern Pack is forbidden from attempting to claim you by force. Relief washed through Eva. So, it's really over. I'm free. You're free from pack obligations, Rebecca corrected carefully. But you're bound to the heart now, and that comes with its own set of responsibilities. The other 2 guardians want to meet with you, teach you what you need to know. And there will be situations that require guardian intervention, threats to the veil, disputes that only guardians can settle, emergencies that need your specific powers to resolve. So I traded one set of obligations for another, Eva said. But there was no bitterness in her voice. This was what she'd chosen. After all, freedom to make her own decisions, even when those decisions came with consequences. The difference is that these obligations come with autonomy. Rebecca pointed out, guardians answer to the heart, not to packs or councils or anyone else. You'll have help and guidance from the other guardians, but ultimately your choices are your own. Eva nodded slowly, absorbing this. What about the pack? Can I still? I mean, am I still welcome here? Are you seriously asking if you're welcome? Terry's voice came from the doorway. She stood there with Todd and Norman flanking her, all 3 grinning widely. Eva, your pack guardian status doesn't change that. If anything, it makes you more valuable now we've got a guardian as an ally. That's the kind of connection other packs would kill for, though. We'd prefer you stick around because you want to, not because of political advantage, Todd added quickly. The whole family thing, remember? That doesn't go away just because you've got cosmic powers now. Cosmic powers? Eva couldn't help but laugh. Is that what we're calling it? Would you prefer mystical guardian abilities? Todd asked innocently. Because that seems like a mouthful. Cosmic powers it is, Eva agreed, warmth spreading through her chest. That had nothing to do with the tea. There's someone else who wants to see you, Norman said, his expression becoming more serious. When you're ready. He's been waiting outside the room since we brought you back. Eva didn't need to ask who. She could sense Jared's presence on the other side of the door. Pack bonds were one thing, but guardian senses revealed so much more. She could feel his concern, his relief, his need to see for himself that she was truly all right. Send him in, Eva said. The others filed out, and a moment later, Jared entered. He looked exhausted, like he'd spent the entire night awake and worrying. When his amber eyes met hers, Eva saw relief so intense it was almost painful. You scared me, he said without preamble. When you went into the heart, when hours passed and we didn't know if you were alive or dead or lost forever, his voice caught. I've never been that terrified, not even when I was 7 years old and stuck halfway between forms, screaming for help. This was worse. I'm sorry, Eva said softly. I didn't mean to worry you. Don't apologize for surviving, Jared said, moving to sit on the edge of her bed. Don't apologize for choosing your own path, even when that path was dangerous. I'm proud of you, Eva. Prouder than I have words to express. I couldn't have done it without you, Eva said. Without the pack, you gave me something to fight for, something to come back to. That made all the difference. Jared was quiet for a moment, his hand finding hers and squeezing gently. What happens now? I know guardians usually travel, move between territories, stay neutral, but I'm hoping. He stopped, seeming to struggle with his words. I'm hoping you'll stay, at least for a while. Make the den house your base of operations, if not your permanent home. I'd like that, Eva said, relief flooding through her. She hadn't realized how afraid she'd been that becoming a guardian meant leaving the pack behind. If you're sure you want a guardian underfoot, we're apparently notorious for being stubborn and difficult. Can't be worse than Stephanie, Jared said, and they both laughed. The laughter faded into comfortable silence. Jared's thumb traced circles on the back of Eva's hand, and she found herself acutely aware of him, his warmth, his presence, the complicated tangle of emotions she could sense through both pack bonds and guardian senses. "Jared," Eva said hesitantly, "can I ask you something? Anything. When you saved me that night, when you found me dying on the road, was it really just about the debt to my grandmother? Or was there something else?" Jared's expression became complicated. "At first, yes, it was the debt. I heard your screams and recognized your bloodline, and I knew I had to reach you before anyone else did. But then I found you, and you looked up at me with those eyes that are exactly like Ernestine's, and you said, 'Thank you,' like you were grateful not to die alone." He paused. Something shifted. It stopped being about old debts and started being about you, about protecting someone who deserved better than what the world had dealt her. "And now," Eva asked quietly, "what is it about now?" Jared met her gaze steadily. "Now it's about the fact that you're brilliant and stubborn and brave beyond measure. It's about the fact that you challenged everything I thought I knew about duty and sacrifice. It's about—" He stopped, seeming to wrestle with something. "Eva, I'm your alpha. Even as a guardian, even outside pack hierarchy, you're still connected to my pack, which means any relationship beyond friendship would be complicated, would raise questions about power dynamics and appropriate boundaries. But," Eva prompted, sensing there was more. "But," Jared continued, a slight smile tugging at his lips, "you've never let complicated stop you before. So, when you've had time to settle into your new role, when you've figured out who you are as a guardian and what you want from your life, if you decide that what you want includes something more than alpha and pack member, more than protector and protected, I'll be here waiting for as long as it takes." Eva's breath caught. This was a confession and a promise and a question all wrapped together. And she found that even exhausted and overwhelmed, and still adjusting to cosmic powers, her answer was simple. "I don't need time to figure out what I want," she said, squeezing his hand. "I've been alone my entire life, Jared. Invisible and isolated and convinced that's all I deserved. But you saw me when I was at my lowest, and you decided I was worth saving. You and this pack gave me family when I'd given up on ever having one. So yes, when things settle down, when I've learned to be a guardian and you've had time to not be terrified that I'm going to die, doing something reckless, I want more. I want whatever this is between us, to have a chance to become something real." Jared's smile was like the sun coming out from behind clouds. "Then I guess we both have something to look forward to." He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, chaste and careful and full of promise. "Rest now, recover. Learn to be a guardian, and when you're ready, we'll figure out the rest together." The next few weeks passed in a blur of activity and adjustment. The other two guardians arrived to begin Eva's training. A woman named Jacqueline Rios, who'd been a guardian for 300 years, and had the patience of a saint, and a man named Edward Irwin, whose gruff exterior hid a wicked sense of humor. They taught Eva about the heart's power, about how to sense disturbances in the veil, about the responsibilities and privileges of guardian status. Eva learned that she could travel between territories without permission, that packs were required to provide her shelter and assistance if requested, that she had the authority to settle disputes and enforce treaty law when necessary. She also learned that being a guardian meant giving up certain things, privacy mostly, and the ability to fully disconnect from the veil's constant presence. But she also discovered unexpected benefits. Her healing was even faster than normal shifters. Now she could sense when pack members were in distress or danger even at a distance. And, most surprisingly, she could communicate with the heart itself, not through words, but through impressions and emotions that helped guide her to decisions. The pack adjusted remarkably well to having a guardian in residence. Stephanie remained wary but respectful. Todd declared Eva his new favorite person, after she used guardian authority to settle a territorial dispute that had been dragging on for months. Norman appointed himself her combat instructor, determined to make sure she could defend herself against threats, both physical and magical. And Jared watched over her with a mixture of pride, affection, and barely concealed attraction that made Eva's heart race every time their eyes met. 1 month after the trial, Eva stood in the clearing behind the den house and called for her compass. She'd learned this ability from Jacqueline. Guardians could summon their tokens from anywhere in the world, the heart's power overriding physical distance. The air shimmered, and suddenly the silver compass was in her hand, warm and familiar. The chain had been repaired. She noticed someone, probably Elmer, had fixed it, perhaps hoping to use the token for some purpose. But it responded only to its true owner now. Eva fastened it around her neck, feeling the weight settle against her chest right above the guardian's mark. Her grandmother's legacy and her own achievement combined into one symbol of everything she'd survived and everything she'd become. "Suits you," Jared's voice said from behind her. Evie turned to find him watching her with those intense amber eyes. A month had passed, and things had settled into a new normal. She'd learned to control her guardian powers, found her place in the pack, proven herself capable of handling her responsibilities. It was time. "Walk with me?" Eva asked, holding out her hand. Jared took it without hesitation, his fingers warm and strong as they laced through hers. They walked into the forest, following paths Eva now knew by heart, until they reached a clearing she discovered during one of her meditation sessions. It was peaceful here, away from the den house and prying eyes, just the two of them in the forest that had become home. "I've been thinking," Eva said, turning to face him, "about what you said, about waiting until I figured out who I am and what I want." And Jared asked, his voice carefully neutral, even as hope flickered in his eyes. "And I figured it out." Eva said, "I'm Eva Thompson, waitress turned shifter, turned guardian. I'm stubborn and independent and still learning how to accept help when I need it. I'm part of this pack not because I have to be, but because I choose to be and I want." She stepped closer, closing the distance between them. "I want to see where this goes, whatever this is between us. No more waiting, no more careful distance, just us figuring it out together." Jared's hands came up to cup her face, his touch gentle despite the intensity in his eyes. "You're sure? Because once we cross this line, Eva, there's no going back. Pack bonds are strong, but what I feel for you goes beyond pack. If we do this, I'm all in for as long as you'll have me." "Good," Eva said, rising up on her toes, "because I plan to have you for a very long time. Guardians live for centuries, remember? And I don't want to spend those centuries alone." Jared's laugh was soft and full of joy. "Then I guess you're stuck with me." He kissed her then, not the careful, chaste kiss from before, but something deep and claiming and full of promise. Eva melted into it, her arms wrapping around his neck, feeling the rightness of this moment settle into her bones. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Jared rested his forehead against hers. "Your grandmother would be proud of you," he said softly. "Everything you've become, everything you've chosen, she'd be so proud." "I hope so," Eva said, tears burning behind her eyes, for reasons she couldn't fully name. "I hope somewhere, somehow she knows that her sacrifice wasn't wasted, that I'm living the life she made possible." "She knows," Jared said with certainty. "The veil remembers everything, every choice, every sacrifice, every act of courage. Your grandmother's legacy isn't just the guardian bond or the compass. It's you, and you're going to do amazing things with the life she gave you." Eva believed him. For the first time since this nightmare began, she felt certain about her future. It wouldn't be easy. Guardian responsibilities would take her away from the pack. Sometimes dangers would continue to threaten, and there would always be those like Elmer who resented her power and independence. But she would face it all, not alone. but surrounded by pack and protected by love and empowered by the strength she'd earned through survival. She was Eva Thompson, survivor, shifter, guardian, and finally free. Epilogue. 6 months later, Ava stood at the edge of the territory, watching the sun set over Riverside. From here, she could see the industrial district where she'd once walked alone and afraid. The diner where she'd worked exhausting shifts for barely enough to survive. The road where she'd been attacked and left to die. It felt like a lifetime ago, like all of that had happened to a different person. In a way, it had. Behind her, the den house glowed with warm light, and the sounds of pack gathered for dinner. She could sense Jared inside, feel his steady presence through bonds that had grown deeper and stronger over the past months, could feel the others too. Terry and Todd arguing about something trivial. Norman laughing at something Rebecca said. Even Stephanie's grudging affection buried under layers of practical concern. Her family, chosen rather than given, earned through shared danger and mutual trust. Eva's hand went to the compass around her neck, and she felt the familiar warmth of the guardian bond pulse in response. Tomorrow, she'd leave for a few weeks. The other guardians had asked for her help with a situation on the East Coast. It would be her first solo mission, her first real test as a guardian operating independently. She was nervous, but also excited, ready to prove herself, to use her powers for something larger than personal survival. But tonight, she was just Eva. Pack member, Jared's partner, friend to people who'd risked everything to protect her when she was nothing but a scared waitress with dormant powers. Eva, Terry's voice called from the house. Dinner's ready, and if you don't get in here, Todd's going to eat your portion. No, I won't, Todd protested, his voice carrying clearly through the evening air. Probably, Eva smiled, warmth flooding through her chest. This was home, this was belonging. This was everything she'd spent her life searching for. Without knowing what she was missing, she touched the compass one more time. Feeling her grandmother's presence in the metal not real, but a memory made tangible, a reminder of the woman who'd sacrificed everything so Eva could have choices. Thank you, Gran. Eva whispered to the wind. For everything. I promise I'll make it count. Then she turned and walked toward the den house, toward the light and warmth and love waiting for her, toward the family who'd chosen her, toward the life she'd earned through courage and determination, and the stubborn refusal to accept the limitations others tried to place on her. Eva Thompson had been attacked by robbers and left for dead. But she'd been rescued by a bear who became an alpha, awakened to powers she didn't know she possessed, and transformed into something more than she'd ever dreamed possible. She was a guardian now, a shifter, a survivor who'd become a warrior. And her story, her real story,